Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from BecksHybrids.com. And here comes Showright from Showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from BHIFord.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from FFBT.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from KennedyVenturesOK.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We'd like to welcome you to the 6th Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show managed by cattlemen for cattlemen. We're excited for Day 2 here in Oklahoma City in the new OG&E Coliseum. Before we get started, if we could please have you all rise, we'd like to welcome our very own Miss Allie Taylor of Hayden, Idaho, to join us in the National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the OG&E Coliseum for Day 2 here at the Cattleman's Congress. In Arena 1, we are going to get started with your Open Belted Galloway show. Arena 2, we will get started with the Open Charolais show, starting with percentage Charolais females. We're excited to welcome to the ring in Arena 1, Mr. PJ Boodler, and Arena 2, Mr. Tim Schaefer. In Arena 1, we'll look to see your first class. These are heifer calves born before July of 2025. In Arena 2, we'll get started with Class 13A. These will be late spring heifer calves for your ROE percentage Charolais Heifer show.
Well, good morning, Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City. It's a pleasure to be out here today and to start off our composite Charolais show. I just really look forward to the opportunity, what's to come the rest of the day through this composite show and on into our purebred heifer and bull show. And the quality starts right off here in this single entry class winner. A young lady brings us this peach-colored female. And I think in terms of her look, her density, her body balance, and her shape is very, very good. She proportions extremely well from the side. I like the turn and the shape to her rib shape. She's deep in her body shape, still has expansive in her rib cage. Progressively works back, her muscle pattern, and reads well. I think one that carries a little extra density and extra feature to her. I think just a really high-quality female in terms of her look and her presentation from the side while still maintaining some balance. Her structure at the surface goes well with her body shape and her muscle shape. I think just a really high-quality female to come back here, and we'll evaluate her a little bit more when we get her with some competition, but a really high-quality way to start off a nice single-entry class right there to start off your composite show.
Well, congratulations back over in Arena 1 to start out the Open Belted Galloway show. First place in Class 1 is RD Legacy Ingrid, bred and owned by Charlotte Albaugh. Now in the ring we have Class 3. These are early spring heifer calves before the division. In Arena 2 to start out the ROE percentage Charolais Heifer show. First place in Class 13, late spring heifer calves, goes to back number 1633, 6E Elvira's Girl, 602P, bred and owned by Lane Enyart of Veneta, Oklahoma. Now in the ring 2 will be Class 13B spring heifer calves. Well, congratulations in Class 3 in the Belton Galloway ring. First place, we'll go to Sunnybrook April, bred and owned by Terry and Julie Willis. Second place in that class, bred and owned by Charlotte Albaugh. That's RD Legacy Oakley. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve junior heifer calves. Well, congratulations, your champion junior heifer calf in the belted Galloway ring, exhibited by Terry and Julie Willis. That's Sunnybrook April. Reserve champion will come out of the same class, RD Legacy Oakley, bred known by Charlotte Albaugh. We'll get the ring cleared and welcome in Class 8 senior heifer calves.
And here in our second class of composite females, a really nice group of them, and a few that just come in different shades and different claws. But I think the quality is really good from first all the way through fourth. And there's some cattle in here in different stages of maturity and just in their environment out here right now. But for me, the one that's just going to lead off in terms of just having the most extras she does out here, and she's overwhelming in terms of her body shape, her mass, her extra power that she brings. But I think if you just break this one down in her structure off of all four corners of her body, she lays in neater about her shoulders. She's tied, the design of her shoulder and the angulation to her shoulder down into her knee, I think, is what propels her in this class. She works back. She's opened up in terms of her rib cage and her body shape. Her maternal strengths look really, really good from the side. You get around this female, she's got extra power. I like the way she gets off with an athletic step in her hind leg. She's comfortable. She flexes really nice off that rear leg as well. She's not just as wild or out there in terms of her look or her attachment up front compared to the few heifers behind her, but it all fits her. She has a really nice presentation from the side, a nice still ladylike look, still very maternal in her shape and her body, just very, very nice cow-like female right there for that young man. When he gets her presented, she gives you a really high quality look. And I think there's some debate between the three females after that. This female right here, when she's on the stand, her silhouette, her design is so good. She attaches nice out of the top side of her shoulder. She balances extremely well. She's not as big-bodied or big-centered as that female that goes out there in front of her, but it fits her. It matches into her chest, back into her flank. Her hip and her hind leg on the stand is so good. I love the length of her hip and the balance that she gives. That look in this view right here is very, very good. When we get this one in the motion, she likes to just kind of push off the front end of her shoulder. I'd like to set her back there when she gets out and goes. Just relax her a little bit up front. But in terms of balance, presentation, rear leg structure, really high female. Young man does an exceptional good job getting that one stuck out here for me. A nice pair here in 3 and 4, and young ladies, these two females have a good future ahead of them. I like the design of these cattle out here. They're fresh. They balance up extremely well. For me, the 1 and 3, when you put that one in the motion, she collects herself a little better. The way she holds her top line, holds her loin, I think off of all four structures. She gets out and goes the freest and the nicest when you put her in the motion. And the female rounding out the class, that one on the stand is so elegant, so fresh. I like her head shape and her neck design a little better than the heifer there in 3. I just like to just collect herself when you put her in the motion. She likes to just drop in her loin a little bit, get a little ridgy off of her front end structure, get a little more upright on her rear too. But in terms of freshness, balance, and look and design, that's still a really high quality female there. A nice group of 4 females right there in your class 2. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in the belted Galloway ring. Your champion senior heifer calf exhibited by David Korn with Riversmith Bridget Jones. Well, now welcome in Class 9. These will be summer yearling heifers. Back over in the Charolais ring, results out of Class 13B in your spring heifer calf division. First place exhibited by back number 1639. This is Elman Pebble 26 NET, exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina. Second place in that class went to back number 1637, bred known by Reed Groves of Beggs, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Katie Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. And fourth place in that class goes back number 1641, Shayla Dismukes, also of Chakota, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 13C, junior heifer calves before the division. Well, congratulations in the Belton Galloway ring, your champion summer yearling heifer, exhibited by Rhett Schoen. That'll be Sunnybrook Honey. We're now going to welcome in Class 10 spring yearling heifers before the champion drive. Well, congratulations, your champion junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. That's Sunnybrook Kenzie. We're now going to welcome in all of our division champions and reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion heifer.
A nice trio over here in your composite ring, and a really nice one to lead off with. And in terms of just balance and femininity, still having some shape of muscle and some density, and then having the structural integrity underneath it all to kind of go with it. You know, and this young man gets this one parked right here. This one's crisp. I mean, from the head to her nose, all the way back to her tail, the base of her throat, her head shape, the way it lays in on her blade and on her shoulder. She bounces back, very maternal in her underline. She's shapely about her rib. She's bold about her rib, and you get around her, her muscle lays in her. She's wide. She's got some squareness to her, but it fits on her like a lady, and she has that look from the side. You put this heifer in motion, she gets out and goes extremely nice, very soft, comfortable, and flexible down low. I think just a really crisp, clean kind of a female that has some extras, gives you a really nice side view look. You get around her, has some three-dimensional shape about her as well. Just a really, really nice female to kind of kick off this class with. There's some give and take in these females here, and there's some size variation in them and maturity and weight-wise that you can see right out here. For me, the darker red heifer, that's going to go 2. I think just bounces up a little neater. The way her shoulder lays in her, she's a little cleaner about the way her joint work as it sits in her. I think a female in terms of just having a little bit more aesthetically pleasing rear leg, a little bit more comfortable, the way that one plants her hock, and while she drives the ground, I think just gets out and goes a shade comfortably than the female. 3. Sure, you could square that one up, tuck her tail head in her just a notch more, give her a shot more belly shape comparatively to the class winner. But in terms of just freshness and design and having the parts and pieces maybe to withstand when that one hits as a male, I think that one just does it a little bit better than this heifer right here. Sure appreciate the power and the extra dimension in this one, and with that you get a little bit more shoulder and just a little bit more opened up in the way she lays that shoulder on her. For me, when this one gets out in motion, I'd like to just free her up in the way that hock hits the surface. She's good down low at the ground on the shavings. I'd like to just give her a little bit more freeness and comfortability there, and when her hock gets out and goes, she's a shade longer kind of a female, so she has a little bit longer of a step to go. Still kind of gets out and carries it. Appreciate all the hip and the dimension in that one. I just like to loosen her up. Really nice class winner in that trio right there. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, belted Galloway female here in your open show at the Cattleman's Congress coming out of Class 10, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. That's Sunnybrook Kenzie. And reserve champion and congratulations will come out of our first division. That's your champion junior heifer calf, exhibited by Terry and Julie Willis with Sunnybrook April. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll get the arena cleared, get started with the cow calf division.
We get out here in our first division of composite females, and what a nice lineup. And, you know, just in terms of quality, I think we have 3 class winners that, you know, exemplify good quality cattle. To have some unique pieces and some extra pieces are built the way we like them out here, the way I like them, excuse me, and just in that regard. You know, I think all 3 of these class winners are definitely different in how they come here today for me, but you know, like I said, the quality is definitely there, and it started with the first class, the single entry young lady's blonde female here. I think this one especially pins forward or hooks forward in terms of just her body shape for being that young, that juvenile is very good. I like the depth of her body, the way it lays into her skeleton. A female on the side view, she attaches really nice. The way she hooks up there in her shoulder gives you a really crisp, clean kind of a look. She balances up extremely nice. Love this female's hind leg and her foot shape. Her age in this stage of the game. I think one that has a bright future above her, maybe comparable to a few females behind her. You could square her up and level her and her hooks to her pins, set her tail head in at her just a notch neater there. But in terms of just having some extra power, body shape, and some female characteristics, I think is a very, very high quality one that gets out here and fits in this lineup extremely, extremely nice. That class 2 we had, and we had just an overwhelming class winner in terms of body shape, maternal ability, a really nice hip and hind leg in that female, very comfortable and flexible as that one kind of hits the surface. Just looks like a cow out here. I like the way this one fits in here in terms of just boldness of body and that extra depth and look that she has. Still looks like a lady, still blends together, not as just high tying and neat and as attractive as a few females on either side of her, but in terms of just her cow-like look and cow-like feature, I think that's a high quality individual. There. We had a really nice female there that went second in that class in terms of look, presentation, balance, and design. Thought she got just a shade vertical off her front end of her skeleton on the go, but in terms of just balance and freshness and design, that's a high quality calf standing there in 2 as well. We rounded out with that class here, and I like this winner from the side. The look and the design this one gets you, just kind of grabs your attention right out of the gate. That one looks very clean and effortless as she gets out and goes, very comfortable at the surface. You put her here on the stand, and just the way this one is so neat and tidy from nose to tail, just really gives you a high quality look from the side. Had a really nice heifer there that went second in that class, just lacked a little bit of the performance and the overall balance that our class winner had, but just won it on some, or got second in that class on some structural advantages right there. I think we have a really nice group. We got a few people sitting around ringside. Hopefully we'll grab a few more as the day goes on. Let's reward these young people out here sticking these cattle with a nice congratulations, and I'll go get you a grand and reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations in the Belton Galloway ring, your champion cow-calf pair exhibited by Josh Smith with River Smith Priscilla. We'll now welcome in your first class of bulls. These will be junior bull calves. Back over in the percentage Charolais ring, your first division percentage junior heifer calf champion, Coming out of Class C, that was back number 1642, exhibited by Tilden Smith of Altus, Oklahoma, with Pavlova 510N. Reserve champion will come out of Class 13B, exhibited by John Davis III, Iva, South Carolina, with Elman Pebble 26NET. We're now going to welcome in Class 14A and 14B for the division.
So we get out here in our fall division and just 2 single entries that we're going to bring out here, and we'll talk them a little bit, and then we'll get you a champion in reserve in this division. Young lady's a Christmas baby here at the yearling that comes out to us. Very fresh and still maintains some balance when she gets out here. Very crisp in her lines. The one attaches really nice, lays into her shoulder extremely well in terms of her look and design from the side. A female that still bounces up as you transition back. One that maintains some structural advantage underneath that. The body shape. We could just maybe stouten this one up in her feature a notch more compared to maybe the female behind her, and give her a shot more body shape to her as she comes out here. But I appreciate the condition that she's in out here, the look of freshness, the look of design that she carries out here. Still reads extremely well, and that look of just cleanliness, up front, does a really nice job with that. The young man single entry that's going to win Class 2 in this division, a little bolder, stouter made kind of a female, one that has a little bit more just in condition on her, but it fits on her really, really nice. I think one that transitions back really extremely well. She's bold about her shape. She's good about her body design. A female that's really square and true in her hip design. I like this female's hip and where her tail head sits into her. She sits down really comfortable, has a really, really nice design to her rear leg, and one that gets out with some comfortability and some flexibility as she gets out and goes. I think a female that just kind of comes out here and balances up extremely well for me. She kind of follows the type and kind of what we just did in that last division, so we're going to go with Class 2 in this division to be your champion. Young lady up front is going to be reserve. Let's give these 2 young people a nice round of applause and congratulate them on their division and reserve.
Well, congratulations in the belted Galloway ring. Your champion bull was exhibited by Terry and Julie Willis with Sunnybrook Dean, reserve champion, went to Sunnybrook Davis, also to Terry and Julie Willis. We then brought in the purebred Miss Mark Heifer. Champion was exhibited again by Terry and Julie Willis with Sunnybrook Louise. We'll now look to start the appendix show. We're going to bring in Class 1 appendix heifer calves. Back over in the Charolais ring, results out of Class 14A and 14B. Those are both single entry classes in a division. So your champion senior heifer calf exhibited by Crew Baldwin of Tologa, Oklahoma. MJ Kit Kat 418. Reserve champion exhibited by Liddy Novak of El Reno, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 15 late summer yearling heifers.
Young lady brings us a single division or single entry here for this division, the July female, and this silver female comes out and just brings some extras in terms of spread and dimension. You get around this one. This one's opened up in her pin shape and just carries that muscle shape extremely well. Still up front, balances and sits in there extremely nice. Her shoulder lays into her body extremely well. I think that one that gets off her front end structure very nicely out here. We could give her just a shot more go and just extra athleticism off her rear leg when she gets out there, but still plants and hits the surface very comfortable down low. I like her down there in her lower joint work as well. To have all that spread up high, you sure appreciate the extra mass and dimension, and then still this nice flow that this carries the balance. She blends back from lower chest to mid-rib, still sits on her extremely well. Young lady does an awesome job presenting her. Congratulations to you, young lady, on your division winner.
Well, congratulations back in the Belton Galloway ring. Your champion appendix heifer exhibited by Isabella Honeycutt with Heavenly Farm, Farabee, and reserve champion goes to Indian Rose Sassafras exhibited by Adeline Holly. We'll now look to start the steer show. We're going to bring in Class 29 Club Calf steers. We'd like to congratulate over here in the percentage Charolais ring, your percentage intermediate heifer champion exhibited by Legend Cooper of Anadarko, Oklahoma. That's a Legends Miss Bree. Now in the ring, this is Class 16 spring yearling heifers.
kick this next division off, and a nice pair out here, and the white female that's going to lead off this class for me just kind of fits me in terms of extra shape and dimension, but still a maternal look from the side, a female that maintains some structural integrity, especially off her rear too as she gets out and goes. I like her reach and her step, just the extra athleticism this one has off her rear too, I think has a distinct advantage in this class while still having that extra body shape, that extra mass, and then bounces up extremely well. I like the way she's designing her head shape and the way it ties into her shoulder. For me, blends back, is bold about her rib cage, and then blends back to an opened up hip that still sits on her, lays in extremely nice, has a little extra reach and flex off her hock and down low at the surface. Sure, we could lay this one back in her shoulder, maybe packing just a little extra condition on the front side of her shoulder blade, and when this one gets into motion, maybe just pushes a little forward with that design of her shoulder for me, maybe set her back there in that regard a little bit. But out here in terms of just the maternal strengths in the body and the way she bounces up, I think just a really nice place for me to land out here in this class. The red and white female that's going to go two, definitely a little fresher in her overall appearance out here, and I appreciate that about her. Still maintains that balanced show ring look and design, especially on the stand. There's a quality look about this one in terms of just her balance and her freshness up front. A heifer that has some shape and muscle and the design to her. For me out here, just in terms of flexibility and structural integrity, I like to see that one just grab an extra gear off those rear two, the way she gets out of her hip, down low into her hock, and when it hits the surface, just give her a shot more athleticism. But in terms of a fresh look, a quality design, and some extra shape of muscle, you sure appreciate that one as well. Nice pair right there. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in Class 16, also the Senior Heifer Division champion, exhibited by Kyler Marshall, Crawford, Oklahoma, with SC Miss Stealth 427M. Second place in reserve in that division, exhibited by Weston Evans of Gentry, Arkansas. We'll now welcome in the champion and reserves of each division, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, percentage Charolais females. Well, congratulations over in the Belton Galloway ring. Results out of Class 29 Club Calf Steers. First place exhibited by David Gorn with Riversmith Boy Toy Troy. Second place in that class will go to Mallory David. Third place, Josh Smith. And fourth place, Adeline Holly. We'll now look to see Class 31 before we select a champion and reserve purebred steer.
We get out and our first drive of the day, our composite show lines up here, and maybe not all the numbers that we might see later in the day, but in terms of quality and our division winners out here in our respective reserves, I think we got a really, really nice group sitting out here, and just in terms of quality pieces that you can match together and just kind of land on some stuff. Look forward to what's to come the rest of the day and into our purebred shows, but this has been a fun way to kind of get the blood pumping and everything starting out here this morning, and to lead off the day, it kicked off in extremely, extremely good fashion, and it did so right out of the gate with that first division. Our calf champion and reserve out here, and just in terms of their balance, their quality, I think they set the stage of what's to come. Young man's heifer that won that division, and as we talked her in division there, won that from this view and this angle right here, just puts so many good things together. The way she bounces up and flows from end to end, it does so very, very nice. It just has the look of a big female. I think the future is extremely bright, but with that, this one out here is ready to play today as well. The way this one sits into her shoulder, where her neck attaches, her head shape, it sits so appropriate. Her ladylike look, that one sits there and postures up and gives you such a killer look from the side, and you drop back. She's bold about her shape. I love the turn and the lower sweep to her lower rib shape as well. I like the length of her hip and just the functionality she has out of that hip down into her hock and down to the surface. She's good about her foot shape, square about her toe. I think one that just combines a lot of quality to go with a really unique and extra package. Had a bold one that was reserve in that division. So much cow-like feature, cow-like mass, maybe not as fresh and crisp and clean as a few of the heifers out here as well, but in terms of structural integrity and body and balance and the design, young man's got a good one there in reserve. The single division winner right out here in the second division, in terms of just similarities to her heifer in the first division, balances up extremely nice. She's good about her body shape, really nice about her hip design, very functional and correct off that rear leg. I think one that bounces up extremely well from the side. She's a little, you crisp her up on top of her neck shape a little bit, maybe just planes up just a shade more than the ones on either side of her, but in terms of still sitting in there and balancing up extremely well. Her flow from her shoulder to her forerib, midrib on back, really like the design and the extra power in that one. Young lady does an extremely nice job with that one as well. The powerful in Division 3, just extra spread and shape to this one, still bounces and looks like a lady from the side. We talked in division, maybe just giving her a shade more athleticism off of her hock as she went out and go, but I still think in terms of front end structure, balance, quality, and extra dimension, that one sure has it there. They've rounded out with the last division, and one that's very maternal but still has some extras in terms of boldness of skeleton, some extra shape out through that hip and down low. We talked about that female getting out and being so comfortable for her rear too. I like the shape and the spread that she has as she gets out and goes. Neat about her head. It lays on her extremely nice. Maybe pushing just a shot more condition out through the front side of her shoulder, and kind of pushes a shade more when she gets out and goes in motion, but still collects it extremely from the side, and I think another one that's out here in true contention as well. I think it's been an awesome group. I think I got one that just hits me like a ton of bricks, and then we got a few decisions there for the reserve hole. But folks ringside, let's put our hands together for a nice round of applause, and we'll go get you a champion composite in reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Charolais ring. Results out of your grand drive for the percentage females. Champion will come from your junior heifer calf division. Back number 1642. Congratulations goes to Tilden Smith of Altus, Oklahoma, with Pek Pavlova 510N. And reserve champion, and congratulations goes to Crew Baldwin of Tologa, Oklahoma, with MJ Kit Kat 418. We're going to take a brief break here in the Charolais ring before we get started with our purebred show. Back over in the belted Galloway ring, results out of Class 31. Finished steers first place exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh with Sunnybrook Mr. Belvedere. And second place went to Sunnybrook Dakota, exhibited by Alexa Adler. Well, congratulations, your champion, purebred steer here in the belted Galloway ring, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. That's Sunnybrook, Mr. Belvedere. Reserve champion, and congratulations will go to David Korn with Riversmith Boy Toy Troy. We'll now look to see your appendix steer show. Congratulations, your champion appendix steer exhibited by Avery Barnes Underwood. That was AU Showstock Brother Bear. We have one more class to conclude our open belted Galloway show. This will be class 31, Get of Sire. Well, currently in Arena 2, we're going to get started with your national ROE Charolais Heifer show. Welcoming into the ring, Class 2 late spring heifer calves.
Well, as we kick off our purebred show, and enjoyable to judge alongside PJ over there. Boy, what a way to kick off this purebred female show here. Young ladies brought us just a really fun one out here for me in terms of just how we like to construct them and build them from the side view and a build and aesthetic look. I think this one compiles a lot of things for a young May heifer calf out here. Her balance, symmetry, her design is very, very good from the. She's good about her body shape. Love the shape and turn to her rib for her maturity. Like her hip and the dimension that she has. Love just the foot shape and the feature this one has underneath it all. And when it hits the surface and gets out and goes, very comfortable, very fluid. Just gives you a really, really good look from the side. And what a way to kick off this show. That's a really, really high quality female there. Take nothing away from the female here in second. One that has some extra power. I love the length of hip this female brings out here today. For me out here, she just gets a little more opened up in the way she's designed out of that shoulder. Gets a little bit more upright and from her shoulder down into her knee. Maybe doesn't have quite the body shape that class winner has, but having some extra power and spread and dimension like the breed needs. I think she brings those characteristics in a really nice shapely design. Just a really, really good pair to kick off this female show. Excited for what's to come. High quality class winner right there.
Well, congratulations back in the belted Galloway ring to finish out the open show. Class 31, Get a Sire. First place exhibited by Walnut Hill, Frank Sinatra. Second place went to HCS Flanagan. Third place went to Cross Creek COVID. First place Pro to Sedan was NDF Naomi, and first place Best Forehead was Sunnybrook Farms. We'd like to once again thank PJ Boodler for judging our open belted Galloway show. We'll get started with the junior show here momentarily. Back over in the ROE Charolais Heifer show. First class in the ring was Class 2 Late Spring Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by Orrin Becker of Atkins, Iowa, with BFC NOLA 531. Second place in that class exhibited by Ellie Peterson with TLC Rose. Now in the ring, Class 3A Early Spring Heifer Calves. We are ready to get started with the Belton Galloway Junior Show. We'd like to welcome our judge, Mr. Dalton Walter of Central Illinois. Well, congratulations to start out the Junior Belted Galloway Show. First place heifer calf exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh with RD Legacy Ingrid. We'll now look to see Class 3 early spring heifer calves.
Very nice class here in the Charolais show on and a class that just runs really, really good in terms of quality all the way through. This top trio, even the top 4 females right here, and just in terms of high quality pieces, form and functionality, they bring a lot of really good things out here for us. For me, as I think these cattle came in even on the go and then hit the stand there right away, you know, really probably never wavered from this one that's going to lead off this class. In terms of probably putting all the things together in terms of balance, freshness, look, and design, the right kind of structure, the right kind of balance in her top line, her underline still works back and has the right kind of muscle shape and ladylike look from the side. Love this thing's feet and legs when she gets out and goes. The shape to her foot, the base to her foot is extremely good. She hits all corners, very true and very square. Very flexible as she gets out and goes. She's maybe not just as chiseled as a few heifers as we've seen so far today, but it fits her extremely well. It lays into her shoulder extremely nice. She blends back really good in her forerib and her midrib. Her depth of body and her boldness to her rib matches this female extremely nice. I like that one's hip and hind leg extremely well. Just a really nice place to start. The looseness, the structure, and the design of these next two, I think, is very complementary to each other. The balance and the length and the look that this female has here in 2. She sits right there in her structure, I think, in terms of the way it lays into her shoulder, down into her knee, very flexible and good off that front end. Still very flexible and reaches extremely well off the rear 2. A female that's not as blessed with as much hair as that class winner, so maybe doesn't balance up in her underline just as neat as that class winner, but on the stand, one that is so long and true and good in her hip. I love this female's spread to her pins. I love the length of her hip and the way it works into a very functional hind leg as it gets out and goes. I think a female that just maintains symmetry a shade better in her top line gets the advantage over this heifer here in 3. When the heifer just settles in and parks for the young lady, she gives you a really, really good three-dimensional look all the way around. I think one in terms of just design and length has a really good shot to be a really high quality big female as that one kind of matures. I like the depth of body and the overall mass. This one is, maybe just a little unique in terms of how much mass she has when you get around her from the side. She doesn't look as stout as she is. Maybe the density or the foot shape and size doesn't match as much muscle, but it still fits her. I love this one's depth of body, the overall amount of ribs she has, the extra spread and mass she has, true breed characteristics right there. Still really good in terms of her look up front, just a shade bolder about the way her shoulder lays in her, and I think a female that just runs downhill ever so slightly and runs in just a little more competitiveness there with those 2 females above her. But in terms of quality pieces, breed characteristics while still maintaining functionality and structure, I think that one brings a lot of good things to the table, a lot of neat pieces in that female. I think a heifer here that just lands in the fourth hole for me pretty logically in terms of just having a lot of the pieces those three above her have. Extra shape, extra density, a little extra feature underneath her. Maybe just a female that doesn't balance up in her underline as nice as those three heifers. Maybe needs to drop her center body just a shade more than those. But in terms of having some mass and being extra comfortable at the surface, I think that female does those things in a high regard. One that's coming next in terms of just build, structural integrity, and all the things at the surface, I think this heifer does it. A little bit immature in her body shape right now, but that's okay. The future's bright ahead of that one. Still does things extremely well, just runs into a little extras in few of those heifers above her in this class. The blonder colored female here that's going to come next, I like this one on the stand in terms of power and just balance and look. I like to just maybe give her a little bit more angulation to her hock as that one gets out and goes, relax her in her shoulder down into her knee, but in terms of having the right body shape, the right muscle shape on her design, I think that fits her extremely well. Young man's rounding out the class, doing an extremely good job with this young calf. I think in terms of just being a little bit under in terms of weight per day of age and just mass out here comparably to few, but still hooks up a lot of positive things in terms of the right structure, the right balance. Give a few more days on feed, that's still a very nice cow prospect for that young man. Extremely high quality class right there. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. First place in Class 3 over in the Belts and Galloway ring, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. That was RD Legacy Oakley. We're now going to bring in those two single entries, select the Champion Reserve Junior Heifer Calf. Back to the Charolais ring, results out of Class 3A, early spring heifer calves. First place exhibited by Parker Buck, Delaware, Oklahoma, with ACMS Now or Never 2547 ET. Second place went to back number 1540, exhibited by Emily Allen, with JFS HF Delta 44 ET. Third place goes to back number 1542, Aubrey Slaughter of Savoy, Texas. Fourth place exhibited by Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. Fifth place will go to back number 1537. Sixth place exhibited by back number 1538, and seventh place goes to back number 1536. Now currently in Arena 2 is Class 3B, early spring heifer calves here in the Charolais Show. Well, congratulations, champion junior heifer calf exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh with RD Legacy Oakley. Reserve champion will come out of Class 1, also exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. We'll now look to see Class 8 senior heifer calves. Well, congratulations in the belted Galloway ring. Your champion senior heifer calf exhibited by David Korn with River Smith, Bridget Jones. We're now going to welcome in Class 9 for the Summer Yearling Division. Well, congratulations in the belted Galloway ring. Results out of your Summer Yearling Division. Champion exhibited by Rhett Schoen with Sunnybrook Honey. We'll now welcome in our final class of heifers. This is Class 10, Spring Yearling Females.
Another deep class out here in the female side of the Charolais show, the purebred show. Another good group of quality cattle out here, and I think two of them that come to me in terms of just keeping the base features appropriately, especially in terms of just structure off of all four corners. These two females rise to the top, pretty easy for me out here. I think we have some really quality pieces there in 3, 4, and 5. Just a few things we want to tweak on either side of the skeleton or either side of their structure. For me out here, you get these two in terms of just going off their front end structure down to their knee, the way they get out and drive, and then off their rear two that maintain some functionality, the right foot shape, the right design, carrying the right athleticism. It's these two females right here, just maintaining my priorities and then breaking them two down further from there. I think we have just a shade more reach and extension out here in this heifer. She's a little more elevated in her front end design. I think a female just has an extra rib to her, one that just screams kind of a big female on down the road. I think in terms of her maturity pattern, I like the extra size, spread, and angulation this one has, especially up front of her structure. I love this one's rear foot and the athleticism she gets out and goes. She has an extra gear comparatively to a few others out here. Still maintains balance and show ring presence to a high degree. I like her muscle shape as well. It fits on her extremely nice. I like the condition and the rig that one comes in here. Just extra in terms of her size, spread, and extension gives her the nod today. I think that one has an extremely bright future. This one here in 2 is maybe just a shade more compact in the way she's designed, one that's a little boxier in overall design, and that's okay. She still maintains balance, maintains look extremely well. She's not as chiseled in the base of her jowl and the base of her throat comparably to the few heifers on either side of her, but in terms of still sitting into her and looking like a lady, she still has those characteristics. Blends back extremely well blends back extremely well in her mid-rib and her body balance. I just like this one's extra structure and design, especially off her rear two. The aesthetics and the look that she has off those rear two from her hock down on the surface gives her a really nice nod up here in the second hole for me out here today as well. Heifer coming here in 3. In terms of just having that extra balance and that extra design, she's a shot more ladylike in her head and her neck compared to the heifer that sits there behind her. I think bounces up extremely well. I like the way this one's laid in over her shoulder, back and through her blade, in through her midrib, extremely well. For me out here, this one's extra comfortable on her rear leg, maybe drives underneath her just a shot more than those two heifers above her, but I think it's that extra comfortability that she has that gives her the nod. I like the way she gets out of her front end structure just a shade better than this heifer here in 4 as well, but just one in terms of balance, build, and kind. That one rises and fits in extremely nice for me out here. Boy, this one here in 4 is extra bold, extra shapely in her mass and her design. It still sits on her extremely well. Very soft, flexible, and comfortable off those rear two. I think in terms of balance and the design from the side, she postures up extremely nice, ties in extremely hot out of her shoulder. I'd like to just maybe change this one's head shape a shade more, tone her down in overall condition a little bit, and relax her the way she gets out of her shoulder and down under the knee when she gets out and goes. But on the stand, this one gives you a round-bodied kind of a look, a lot of softness and cushion to those rear two. I think a unique one in terms of the extras that she brings. Maybe just tweak a few things on that. This one on the stand, this heifer here coming next, I absolutely love, and I think you could move this one up a couple notches, and she kind of can play a little harder with those top two, especially there on the stand. It's for me, when I get this one in motion, I like to expand this one there at the surface. Just broaden her in her foot shape, give this one in shade more range of motion, a shot more flexibility as she gets out and goes, because when this young lady has her parked, she's so good about her ribs, so good about her hip. She designs and postures extremely nice, gives you a really high quality show heifer kind of a look from the side. I just like to see this one a little bit more athletic as she gets around the ring out here to move up a shot higher. A couple heifers coming next. They're a little leaner and a little more immature in their overall body composition. I like the added length and the dimension of this one. This one that start here with her foot shape and her design, the added looseness to structure. I think this one has an extremely bright future because she has the extra size, length, and scale, kind of like our class winner. We just need to see a little bit more of her out here yet today to compete. But I think the future is extremely bright on one that's built like that and built that loose and comfortable at the surface. They'll have a lot of good days ahead of her. We got a few different pieces here rounding out the class. One coming next. Extra length, extra body length here. I think the young lady has her extremely fresh in her kind and her condition. Maybe not the extra bells and whistles a few above her have, but in terms of her body composition and her balance, I think there's a lot of neat things about that one. We'd like to square this one up and give her just a shot more mass comparably to a few heifers above her. Still soft, comfortable, and flexible at the surface. Really feminine about her head, neck, and her design. I think one that has a lot of future above her as well. Heifer rounding out the class. Extra body, extra stoutness. Plains up for me a shot more out here. Like to put her with a little bit more balance comparably to a few. Really nice group there. Congratulations to them. What a way to kick off the first division over here in our Charolais show. I think an outstanding set of class winners, an outstanding set of seconds out here. Just a group in terms of just the quality pieces they bring out here. Boy, I mean, it gets you fired up to kind of sit out here and evaluate and break these cattle down. And I would say even all three of these class winners are not necessarily exactly alike, but in terms of just bringing the most quality and the extra pieces to the table to kind of sit there and break down on what you prefer, where you see them going from here, because this is just the start of something big for all six of these heifers out here, and even a couple that went back through the barn already in those classes. Just a prediction of where they're going to end up and where they're going to land, but it is extremely bright for the Charolais breed going forward, and it sets sails right here in this first division just in terms of the quality. And young lady kicked it off, right off of the gates in that first class, and one that just hit me extremely hard from her extra density and foot size from the surface up. Her mobility, her flexibility is very, very good. Her cow-like look from the sides extremely well. I think cattle that can balance that well this early in stage, but still have some extras in terms of look, presentation, and dimension, that one brings a lot to the table. Maybe even for as much extension as she has, she's still just a shot crestier in terms of how she holds her head posture and neck posture out of her shoulder compared to these two back. But that's picking on one that I think has an extremely bright future and has a lot of unique things about her. Heifer out of class 2. In terms of just putting a lot of pieces together, I think this one is just as neat in how she ties and flows from nose to tail. She's not as just crisp and clean in the base of her jowl compared to either heifers on either side of her, but it still fits on her really nice. Very maternal about her head shape, very maternal about the way her shoulder's designed. She's bold about her rib. I love this one's hip and hind leg and foot shape as you go down to the surface. I think this one in her rear third of her body design maybe holds the advantage out here in this pairing or this grouping, just in terms of everything she pieces together in a really, really nice fashion. Very, very functional, very, very flexible. I think the ceiling is extremely high on that calf as well. Class winner out of class 3. I love the extra scale and extension and design out of this one. I think this one just kind of sits in there. Right there, young lady, that's the posture. That one gets her rear leg kicked back. Her spine sits down in her. She ties extremely nice and high out of the front side of her skeleton. Love her in the base of her jowl. She bounces up good in her midrib and her belly shape. Still one that has some extra power in the design. She's maybe not just as aesthetically pleasing in the way her hip and her tail head sits in her as maybe the heifer there in 2, but still very functional, very still square and true, still very functional down at the surface. Again, I think one in terms of just making it a really high quality bred female, that one's got it out here, and that one gives you an extremely high quality look already in this stage of the game. I think you got some different ways to go, and it's just my opinion out here. I think this is an awesome group. We got a really nice respective group of seconds. Folks ringside, let's congratulate all these people. We'll go get you a calf and reserve calf champion out here in the Purebred Show.
Well, congratulations back over in the belted Galloway ring, your champion in the heifer show. Congratulations going to Rat Showing with Sunnybrook Honey, reserve champion. Was exhibited by Charlotte Allball with Sunnybrook Kenzie. We then went into the appendix show, your champion exhibited by Isabella Honeycutt, and reserve champion exhibited by Adeline Holly. We're now going to welcome in class 29 to the belted Galloway ring. These will be club calf steers. Back over to the National ROE Charolais Heifer Show. We've selected the champion reserve in the first division. Your champion exhibited by Parker Buck of Delaware, Oklahoma, with ACMS Miss Now or Never 2547 ET. Reserve champion, and congratulations goes to Emily Allen with JFS HF Dixie 314 ET. Now in ring 2, we're welcoming in class 4A. These are junior heifer calves. Well, congratulations. Back over in the Belted Galloway ring. Results out of your Prospect Steer Show. Champion exhibited by Mallory David with Sunnybrook Lionel. Reserve champion will go to David Korn with River Smith Boy Toy Troy. And third place exhibited by Adeline Holly. We're now going to welcome in Class 31. These are finished steers. Well, congratulations. Your champion finished steer coming out of Class 31. That was Alexa Adler with Sunnybrook, Dakota. Second place went to Sunnybrook, Mr. Belvedere, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. We're going to bring in those two division champion reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion, purebred, belted Galloway steer.
A really nice way to kick off this class. And for me out here, one that just kind of hits you, extremely hard when she enters the ring, just in terms of her freshness and her design, her elegance, her presence is very, very ladylike and very neat in terms of the way it just matches on her skeleton. And then in terms of that, she has the is up high and when she's parked in terms of that uniqueness. But for me out here, her comfortability, her flexibility off of all four corners, she hits the surface off of her front end and her rear two as nice as anything in the class, and just complements that with a really unique look and design. She proportions extremely well for a young heifer calf, bounces up, her underline, her top line sits on her extremely nice. I think just one in terms of just quality stamps that out here in that look. But for me, it's the structural integrity that one has off of all four corners that actually gets the nod for me out here in this group, because we have a few in 2, 3, 4, and 5 in terms of just tweaking them in maybe one area. I think they could rival that in terms of body mass, maybe some extra shape and some extra density, but in terms of just maybe tweaking them, that's where we might like to do that. It starts right here in young man's heifer here in 2. This one, 4 rib back, I think matches my class winner, mirrors that one in terms of just her body shape. Her extra mass is extremely nice. Love this one's hip and hind leg, very aesthetically pleasing as that one gets out and drives. She's very comfortable at the surface. She flexes extremely nice. If I could trim this one, I'm in the front third of her skeleton, relax her in her blade, relax her in the point of her shoulder, down into her knee as that one gets out and goes. I think that one's extra competitive out here. Still maintains so much balance and body shape and symmetry. 4 rib back keeps that one up there in the second hole for me. Heifer coming here in 3. I love this one on the go. She is so athletic, and the reach and the movement she has off her rear two is so good. I like to just maybe trim this one up, lay that shoulder into her just ever so neatly, nicer there for me out here, bounce her up on her chest floor just a shade better. But I love the athleticism. I love the range of motion this one has. Very comfortable, very functional, extra stoutness. That's high quality Charolais stock right there. Heifer coming here in 4. I think maybe he's a little bit more in terms of moderation, just a little bit more compact comparatively to cattle on either side of her, but that's okay. She bounces up very nice. She's not as long and unique up in the front third of her skeleton, but still I appreciate her head shape. Her body shape's very good. I love her squareness and levelness of hip. I'd like to maybe see that one just plant and set down just a shot more comfortable off those rear two, but I still think that one's still very sound and very functional. Just comparing her to some of the heifers above her, I'd like to see maybe just a little bit more extension in that one to move her up a shot more. This one from the side is so elegant, very ladylike. She bounces up. Her midrib is very good comparably to where her chest sits into her flank. I think her side view, she's very strong there. I think a heifer that gives you a lot of quality look from this side. For me, maybe stouting her up down low, give this female just a shot more sturdiness in her rear leg. She's extra soft and extra comfortable. Maybe likes to get up underneath her, drop her pins in motion, and get a little too up underneath that heifer as she gets out and goes. But from the side, love her head shape, love the way she lays in from her shoulder to her forerib, bounces up extremely nice. A shot more power here in this heifer coming next. This one's bold, this one's rugged, and this one still maintains extra softness and correctness as she gets out and goes. I'd like to give her a shot more ladylike look from the side to compete with a few heifers above her, but I love the extra horsepower this one brings to the table. Still extra flexible, a little round with that extra muscle shape, but that's okay. That one's going to go out and raise some extremely high quality bulls for that young lady. Still make a really nice show heifer. You keep that one lean enough, she brings some really nice pieces to the table. Young lady's heifer coming next. Extra length of side to this one, really long and extended out from that side view profile. I think a heifer that brings some extra shape and feature down low, big footed, opened up that one's hip and their design. For me, I like to just see her get out and go with a little bit more extra step and reach as that one hits the surface, but still appreciate the length and the look and the design and power that one brings to the table. One that comes next, maybe just a little coarser the way she's designed out of her head and neck from a few heifers above her, but in terms of still having the right kind of design and balance, she has that out here. Young man's heifer that's going to conclude the class. Love the freshness and the youthfulness about this one. I like to just square this one up a shot more, give her a shot more flex and reach as she gets out and goes. Really nice class. Love the depth in there. Extremely high quality class winner. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. Results out of Class 4A. First place exhibited by back number 1573. That's ACPGC Miss Nadia 2501 ET. Exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Sperry, Oklahoma. Second place in that class go to Trip Earls, Hollis, Oklahoma with SC Greta 540 NET. Third place was exhibited by 1565. That's Camden Flippo, Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fourth place, go to back number 1568, Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri. Fifth place, exhibited by back number 1564, Reed Naughton. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations goes to 1561, Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Seventh place, exhibited by Micah Joe Brumley, Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Eighth place was exhibited by Addison Dugan. Ninth place exhibited by Shelby Cattle Company. Now currently in the Charolais ring, Class 4B Junior Heifer Calves. Well, congratulations, your overall champion, purebred belted Galloway steer, exhibited by Alexa Adler. That's Sunnybrook, Dakota. Reserve champion will go to Charlotte Albaugh with Sunnybrook, Mr. Belvedere. We're now going to welcome in your class of Finnish appendix steers. Well, congratulations back in the belted Galloway ring. First place in champion appendix steer, exhibited by Avery Barnes Underwood with AU Showstock Brother Bear. That does conclude the belted Galloway Junior Show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'd like to thank Dalton Walter for joining us here today. We are going to get started in Arena 1 with your Bronview show in just a moment.
Another nice class here, and then for me, another one that just kind of demands your attention when she comes out here. Well, this one's long, but it fits on her very, very nice. When you get her into motion, she can carry that right there with her. She maintains athleticism, some functionality. She gets out and goes. It starts at the surface. She's big-footed, extra feature. There's a lot of three-dimensional shape in this one as well. Love the curvature and the turn to her and lower shape to her belly design. Still with that much length, she still lays it in, and everything kind of sits on this female. Extremely nice. Love the extension up front as well. Maybe not just the most feminine headed one we've seen all day, but it by no means doesn't fit on her in a bad way. I think it goes with her added dimension, added design. Just love the length, the reach, the athleticism, and the extra power in that one. That one has some unique pieces that still go together extremely nice. A very, very nice heifer to land in there on the first. Heifer coming here in second. In terms of just balance and design and symmetry, I think one that flows really, really good from nose to tail. For me out here, maybe just gets a little harsher in the way she's designing her foot rib. I think one in terms of her balance is good down low. I like to see this one just a shade softer in her body shape and her design, but I love her length of her hip. I love the functionality this one brings to the table. Very comfortable and goes extremely nice off of all four corners. One that still bounces up extremely nice from the side, maybe just not the depth and the overall power our class winner has. We have some trade-offs here in 3 and 4. I like the freshness and the design of this heifer here in 3. I think everything lays on her foundation just a shot better. The way her shoulder lays into her body shape, the way she ties into her forerib, she bounces up extremely nice through her body shape. And then you look from the side, I think just her length of hip and her squareness of pins has a distinct advantage over the heifer in 4. And then deceivingly, you get around this one, she's opened up in her pinnage, she's squared down to the surface and still maintains some structural advantages as that one gets out and goes. A unique one here in 4. This one is so long and extended up to the front end of her skeleton. She's bold about her body shape. She's got extra power. I punch and the design this one has. If I could just maybe tone her down, lay that shoulder into her, she's going to have some extra power, so she's going to have a little extra shoulder, bring some unique things out here, gives you a really high tine kind of a look. I'd like to maybe just tone that one down and balance her up just a shot better. But I think as that one matures, she brings some very unique things to the table. Going to be a really unique breeding piece for that young lady. There's a lot of quality and utility in that kind of a female. One that maybe just planes up out here comparatively to a few above her is this female coming next, but she's soft, she's flexible, she's comfortable. I like her body shape as she gets out here. Maybe just have quite the extension and it's not as pulled apart as a few of the heifers that are above her, but there's still a lot of good, useful things about the heifer. Same with the heifer coming out next. I think in terms of just freshness, femininity, she brings those things to the table. She still brings some balance, maybe just a little higher twisted kind of a female, one that's just a little harsher in her midrib comparably to those few heifers above her. But that's still quality stock right there for the Charolais breed. A really, really nice group right there with a unique one on top. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. Results out of Class 4B, Junior Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by back number 1580. That was Theron Skeens of Gainesville, Texas, with SKS Miss Chivius. Second place in that class will go to back number 1573. That's Schaefer's Shady Lady, 811 NET, exhibited by Lauren Walter. Third place, exhibited by back number 1583. That's Presley Oliver. Fourth place went to Emmett Enyart. Fifth place, exhibited by Katie Hazemeyer. Sixth place, and congratulations, went to Jackson Staggs, Wayne, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select the champion reserve junior heifer calf.
We'll keep rocking through here, and only 2 classes in this division, but I think 4 females that can get a guy fired up and get people ringside fired up for what they can do and represent for the breed. And again, I don't know that we're just mirror imaging anything out here, and that's okay because quality comes in different shapes and sizes, and everybody can use different quality pieces for their own program. But I do think all four of these represent that word extremely, extremely well. And it started off in that first class, and I think one that just kind of came out here and just dominated your attention in terms of her classiness, her look. I mean, that one in terms of just her head shape, her femininity, the base of her jowl down into her chest, it lays on her, it fits on her extremely well. One that can have that kind of look and design from the side, and you get around her and there's still some shape and some expression to this one. She still maintains width and dimension down low. Another one in terms of just structure and design is so good. And in that class we talked in terms of, boy, that one's upscale, design grabs you and hits you like a ton of bricks. But then that one's build and her correctness and just her athleticism is what, put her to the advantage in that class for me. And then she adds those things to it. I think there's a lot of unique and neat things about that one. Heifer, that was second in that class. We talked, four rib back. We just love that heifer in terms of maintaining body shape, an awesome hip and hind leg in that female. We talked about maybe just relaxing her in the way she's designed out of her shoulder and when she gets out and goes, but still an extremely high quality female. We rounded out with that class we just talked, and a fun one that won that class for me in terms of just the stoutness and ruggedness, but still blending and transitioning everything. Everything's still hooked up extremely nice on that one. You go around that one in a lot of areas and you see a lot of three-dimensional shape in her. Love the extra extension and athleticism to go with it. We talked maybe just not as neat and chiseled up to the front third of her skeleton as a few other heifers here, but to carry that kind of mass and structural integrity, you're going to have a little bit of that to go with it. So I think one, in terms of raising some unique stock, she can definitely do that. We had a very complimentary female there that went second in that class just in terms of balance and checking a lot of quality boxes. She did that. Wanted to see maybe just a shade more body and belly in that one comparably, but it still fits on her. She's still a heifer calf. Really, really bright future. Folks, ringside, I think we got an awesome foursome out here to stock. We'll go show you a grand and reserve in this division. Let's please give them a nice round of applause for a high-quality set of females.
Well, congratulations, junior calf champion over here in the Charolais ring, exhibited by Carter Cornegie, Sperry, Oklahoma, with ACPGC, Miss Nadia 2501 ET. And congratulations, your reserve champion goes to back number 1580, SKS Mischievous Theron Skeens of Gainesville, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to welcome in Class 5 Winter Heifer Calves. Over here in Arena 1, we'll get started with the Cattleman's Congress Beef Builder and Braun v Open Show. We're going to start with the Beef Builder Heifers, Class 31 Summer Heifer Calves, born on or after May of 2025. Welcoming to the ring our judge, Mr. Ernie Dominguez of Elgin, Texas. Well, congratulations in Arena 1 to start out the Beef Builder Show. First place to go to back number 1236. That's Alexander BGH Reds Peach, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Second place to go to back number 1238 to Annie Massinger of Post, Texas. And third place exhibited by Quirt Odom of Fort Worth, Texas. Now in the ring, Class 32 late spring heifer calves, born April of 2025.
A nice trio to kick off our November-December class here in our winter division. And there's some trade-offs here, I think, especially in the top two in terms of maybe just where you want to lay. But I think both heifers still maintain structural integrity and design and balance out here. Extremely nice. And an advantage for the young man out here that's going to lead off. I think there's just more calf. There's more power, there's more dimension. She has a shot more shoulder than the female there in 2, but it still fits on her body, still fits on her skeleton. Extremely nice. I just like the added performance and power this one brings to the table. A shot more dimension still to go with those extra pieces. And then I think on the side view, she gives you just a little bit more of a show ring look. There's a little bit more classiness to this one. She's elevated up front and maintains that balance with a nice design and nice structural advantage there as well. Young man's doing a nice job. Heifer that's going to come in 2. I like this one's build extremely well. Very soft, very functional, very flexible as this one gets out and goes. I love the presentation she's in. Maybe just a shot more, young lady. I think that one in terms of her freshness is very good. She just needs a little bit more on her. Just do that in spurts there. But in terms of build, balance, and design, that's high quality stock right there. Maybe just like to see a little bit more power comparably to her class winner. But I still think that one has an extremely bright future just in the way everything lays in her on her skeleton. It's very nice. The female that's going to round out the class is still very high quality as well. Bold, got a nice advantage in terms of just muscle and density to go with it. For me up here, and just in terms of her condition, I'd like to tone this one down, maybe give a little bit to the female there in 2. Just freshen this one up, especially in the front third of her body type, over out of her crest and down into her chest. I think that one just planes up a notch more, but I love the power and just the body and density that one brings to the table. Nice trio to start this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 5 in the Charolais ring. First place exhibited by Hazen Rossi of Canida, Oklahoma with Diamond. Second place will go to Emma Evan, Gentry, Arkansas with J.O. Miss Miley, 458. Third place in that class exhibited by Emery Mengarelli of Helper, Kansas. We'll now look to see Class 7 senior heifer calves. Well, congratulations in Class 32 late spring heifer calves over here in the Beef Builder Ring. First place exhibited by back number 1240. That was OCC Cayenne with Oxtoby Cattle Company of Chakota, Oklahoma. Second place exhibited by Ransom Richardson of Braggs, Oklahoma. And third place exhibited by Megan Schultz of Friendship, Wisconsin. Now in the ring, Class 33 early spring heifer calves born March of 25. Well, congratulations, Class 33. First place goes to back number 1242. That's Star Black Betty, 55-2, exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. We're now going to welcome in the final class of the division, Class 34, Junior Heifer Calves, born January to February of 2025. Congratulations, Class 34. First place exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select the Champion Reserve Junior Calf here in the Beef Builder Show.
A nice pair up here on the top side of this class and a few trade-offs, but for me kind of just staying true to where we're at in terms of just balancing a lot of the good things together. Young lady here in the red's going to lead off, and I think especially on the stand, this one sets in and ties and bounces up extremely nice, lays that shoulder onto her skeleton just in a little bit more of a ladylike fashion, and still you get works back, and she's still bold and expansive about her rib shape. You get up on these cattle, and in terms of just her pinnage and her hip length, I like that one's design down there. Very aesthetically pleasing from the side, the angle to her hock and down to the surface, down into her foot. I like just the angles to her pastern as well. I think a female that maintains structural integrity, the best, and especially off the front end of the skeleton. This one's just a little bit more ladylike up through that front third of her skeleton and her design, the way she angles in and the point of her shoulder down into the knee. I think a female you could square up the way this one drives away from you, though, from their hip to the hock to the ground, but in terms of still being flexible and mobile, she still maintains that as she gets out and goes, and then everything from this vantage point, I think just leads off this class extremely well in my mind. This one coming next, you got the extra horsepower and extra bells and whistles in terms of just mass and dimension and just sheer power in this one, and with that, you're going to have a little shoulder, and she does. For me, I like to just give her a little bit more femininity up front, her base of her jowl, maybe tone her down in her condition up there. She wears it very nice down low. I like to just clean her up, especially there just in her jowl and her chin, just clean that one up a little bit compared to my class winner. And the way she gets off of her front end, this one likes to open up and roll out just a notch as that one comes right at you. But in terms of having extra power and still maintaining some flexibility and comfortability down low off those rear two, I think a female that does that, appreciate her kind for what she can go and generate in the cow pen and the donor pen, just in terms of extra power while still maintaining smoothness and femininity as well. Just like to clean her up just a shot as our class winner. Heifer coming third, I think in terms of just matching those two, especially on the stand. This one bounces up extremely well. I like her condition a shot better than the heifer there, and two, in terms of just being a little fresher in her overall design, she matches probably my class winner in that regard. For me, we set this one in motion. She just gets a little short, a little restricted, especially off those rear two. I think if we give her just a shade more athleticism as that one gets out and goes, her refinement, her femininity matches her extra spread and shape, mirrors my class winner, just doesn't do it off of her rear two like the female there in second, but there's still a lot of quality and usefulness in that one, especially on the stand. One that just has kind of the balance and the design, a lot of good pieces right out here, nothing wowing or overly impressive about this one, but she maintains the right form. Love her skeletal design, just love the way she's built and designed from her shoulder down into her knee, like her out of her hip and her hind leg, and maybe not as just classy as a few of those above her, maybe not has the extra bells and whistles, but maintaining extra form and function. That heifer does that in high regard, just maybe planes up a notch more out here. The heifer that's going to round out the class, I appreciate this one's power and dimension as well. She gets a little vertical up front for me out here. I like to just set her back in her shoulder, relax her back down in her knee ever so slightly, but sure appreciate the added mass and dimension and density that one brings to the table. A nice group right there. Congratulations. A nice group out here in our fall division. We get these class winners and seconds back out here, and just a nice group of them. That first class, young man brought one, and just in terms of extension, design, body length, still maintaining a really classy look and a show ring look from the side and having some performance around her. She brings that to the table, and she sets up there and gives you such a high quality look. A little extra fresh in her condition, and that's okay right now. I think these cattle still got a long way to go for this young man, and that heifer has some room to go, and that's all right. We just like and appreciate her extension and her design extremely, extremely well. We had a really high quality second in that class in terms of just being the right kind, the right build. Maybe just need to see a little bit more of her out here today, but in terms of having the right pieces, cattle like that are built like that, last forever. That's a quality kind of livestock right there. Then we kind of turn it up just a notch more in that second class in terms of just a little bit more extra in terms of performance and dimension and density right here. These two females do that extremely, extremely well. The one that won the class, you know, from a show ring look and aesthetic look, just a female that maintains that feminine kind of features while still being opened up. You get around inside this female, you love her hips and her extra pinnage that she has. She maintains that mass all the way from end to end. I think a female, we talked in class, we'd like to square up in her hock, the way she drives away from you just a shot more. But boy, when you can put that much on them and still have that kind of look and that kind of body shape to them, that's a really high quality look. Extra stout one there that went second. Talked maybe just got a little coarse and maybe not as feminine and unique looking as the class winner was, but sure appreciated her athleticism, her mobility with that much power, that much spread and dimension. You could do a lot of things with that one in terms of the donor pen or the cow pen and what she can generate. So a really nice group. We're going to keep those two out of the last class together. They'll be your division and reserve in this division. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the beef builder ring. Results out of your junior calf division. Champion exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Branham, Texas. Reserve champion went to Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Back over to the Charolais ring, your senior calf champion exhibited by Shayla Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will go to Cashin Oshner of Pall Mall, Tennessee. We're now going to look to see Class 8 Summer Yearling Females. Well, congratulations, Class 35. First place go to Foster Grace Coding, Headley, Texas, with FGK California Barbie 2422 ET. We'll now look to see Class 36 Senior Heifer Calves born September to October of 2024. Well, congratulations, your senior calf champion beef builder, exhibited by Aiden Wolken, Mendel Hall, Mississippi. That's WCCR, Dark and Lovely, 4092.
We'll sit out here and talk these two a little bit, and a nice group of these May females, which will be a division automatically there. So we're just going to break them down a little bit. And again, we talk quality and qualities here in these females that we haven't quite placed yet, but in 1 and 2. And then I'm going to sit here, and I don't think anybody ringside needs to say, but they are definitely not alike at all in terms of just what they come to you. We got one maybe just a shade more maternal and feminine in her kind, and then we got one that's cracked open, got horsepower, got a big old foot underneath her. Maybe just want to change a few things on her as well. And I think we can tweak both of these heifers just a notch, and I'll say that right out of the gate, and maybe combine a few things, but they're still really, really good. They both get me fired up out here in terms of what they're bringing to the table, what they can do to a cow herd, what they can do to a program, what they can do for fellow breeders ringside. You all can make your decisions as well. I guess get to be the lucky one or the unlucky one to break them down and just kind of go with my kind or what suits me. The young lady that's up front right now, in terms of just being maternal in her build, maternal in her kind, her body shape, her turn to her lower rib, I love just the shape and the expansion of this one. She looks like she's starting to show some calf and some udder in there, maybe comparably a little bit more than the female there behind her. Still very good about her hip, very good about her design to her leg, still functional and athletic as she gets out and goes. One that I love the way just how her shoulder lays into her skeleton and where it flows from there back. I think a lot of things, there's a little bit neater and crisper look to this one, a really nice feminine cow-like look from the side while still maintaining characteristics like we like to see in the show ring in terms of functionality and just skeletal design, and still enough muscle on that one. Now, she is not as big-footed, she is not as dense, she is not as bold as the young man's female back here that's standing behind her. This one, in terms of just foot shape, foot size, density, the added ruggedness, but still is crisp the way it lays on her body, lays on her skeleton. For me, on the side view, I'd like to see this one showing just a little bit more in terms of calf, a little bit more body shape. This one just gets a little more streamlined in her lower curvature to her rib shape there, but still in terms of her condition, it balances extremely nice. She's tucked up about her chest, it flows into her underline, she's got a big old hip on her, tons of power. Not as feminine and refined featured as that one in front of her, but boy, when you have that much mass and power and flexibility and foot shape underneath you, there's a lot of things to desire for me. For one, maybe that kind of suits me, just more my kind out here. I'm going to go with the young lady to win this division. She'll be your champion in this division and class winner. Young man, you'll be reserve. Congratulations to you guys. A very, very nice pair of cattle that comes in different shape, different cloths. Heifer that's going to go 3 in this class, I think in terms of just fitting the quality and design of our females above them, she does that in terms of just a feminine featured look, resembles my class winner in terms of that. For me, I'd like to see her just maintain a shade more squareness out of her pins, down to her hock, and when she hits the surface. I love her body shape. I like her look of quality up front. If I could just set her tail in, head into her a notch better, pick her pins up, she brings a lot of neat things to the table. I like to see her grab just maybe an extra gear off those rear two as she gets out and goes, but I do like the look of quality, the look of balance from the side. A high quality female there to go in 3. Heifer coming in 4 just kind of keeps it on coming. This one's look up front, this one's balance and symmetry is very, very good. She'll roll outside of that hock and push off the outside of her toe as she kind of gets out and goes away from you, but from the side, that one still hits her surfaces. That's still a really high quality female to go 4th in class. It just shows the quality of this show right here. When you have that one with that kind of look and balance and the design, a really, really high quality one. Again, maybe seeing just a shade more belly and body shape down low, but that one's really, really good. I hate to put this one in the bottom of this class because right here on the stand, this is extremely high quality female. So crisp and design, ties so neat. The way this one's shoulder lays into her is so good. She runs downhill a little bit and we just got to split some apples, pears, or oranges. I mean, it's tough out here when they're this good in front of you, young lady, but you still have a really, really high quality one. For me, I just need a higher gear, a little bit more athleticism to have this one cover her track as she gets out and goes. Gets just a shade more restricted there in her spine down to the surface comparably to the few heifers above her, but boy, on the stand, there's a lot to like about that one. That's a really nice class, a really, really good division. Folks ringside, let's give them a nice round of applause if you would, please.
Well, congratulations, first place in Class 38 in your champion intermediate heifer, exhibited by Katie June Alexander, Brashear, Texas, with Alexander Bruno Liberty. We're now going to welcome in Class 39. These are late spring yearling heifers born April of 2024. Well, congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. Results out of Class 8 and also your intermediate division champion, exhibited by Caitlin Schaefer of Auburntown, Tennessee, with TR Miss Mayfield, 4760 MET. Reserve in that division went to John Davis III of Ivy, South Carolina, with Block Impress 108. Now in Arena 2 is Class 9 late spring yearling females.
Well, give me a few more minutes there to just kind of break this class down and being involved in this breed and then in other avenues, and most of the time on that side of the ring, you knew this was going to come, and as much as I like to listen to the music and stare at these three, that's taking nothing away, because those three on the other side of the ring are equally as high quality and bring so much good to the table. It really makes it a true enjoyment to sit out here and evaluate, and this is where it gets fun. It's kind of, hey, 2026 Oklahoma City weather. It's heating up outside, and it's definitely heating up in here. And this trio right here in the forefront, and what you guys can see from the stands, it's really, really good. They just got to be placed, and that's my job today. I enjoy these three. I enjoy what all three of these, I enjoy what all six of these cattle bring to the industry, bring to this breed, and just bring in terms of good pieces. The one we're going to lead off, I think just in terms of what we've been doing and what I've been doing today, fits me just a little bit neater in terms of the feminine features, the design of this one. So elegant about her head shape, very elegant about her neck and her chest, the way it sits into her body, sits into her foundation. She ties the highest out here in terms of that one, just having the flexibility, the looseness of spine, just her overall design and her overall correctness allows that one to go. And you can say ringside, yeah, Tim, that one doesn't have as much punch and power as the two standing behind her. No, she does not, but she has enough out here. That one lays a really nice hip into her. She's probably the longest hipped out heifer out here. Very functional and correct the way she sets her leg down to the surface. And in terms of just her body shape and her freshness of condition, she's big about her body shape, huge about the center portion of her rib. The lower curvature to her rib is so good. She probably comes out here in the freshest condition, which allows her to elevate and just kind of get out and go and give you that show ring look. Love the crispness, love the design, love the freshness of that one. Really, really neat heifer there to kind of go off and lead this class off. It gets really fun again here. Young man, you've been bringing powerful cattle all day, and this one represents that to a high degree. Huge-footed, extra powerful, extra stout, maybe not as refined and chiseled as that heifer that goes off and leads that class, but I love the extra power, the extra density this thing brings to the table. Maybe holds just a little bit more condition down low compared to our class winner, and that just kind of restricts her ever so slightly out here. Likes to open up and just walk a little wider, as that one gets away from you there. But in terms of just having still a quality show ring look with so much mass and presence, still fits her very, very well. Love the extra density to her. Maybe just not as neat and shapely as that calf that won the class, but a really, really good female there in 2. I love the heifer here in 3. This one is extra wide, extra pulled apart. Love just the dimension, the mass, the curvature to this one's rib. Her barrel shape is so good, so wide in her pin set, extra dimension down her top, and still for all that power, that one's big footed. I like the shape to her rear foot. I like the way it gets out and goes. Very soft and flexible as that one gets off the ring. For me, it's up front where I'd like to maybe just tweak that one ever so slightly. I think the way she gets out of her front end, it'd allow that heifer to elevate just a shot more out of the top side of her blade, and the way she parks and stands and just gives you maybe just a little higher tying look to kind of run up with those females there above her. But that's nitpicking on 3 extremely high quality females. Young lady here in 4, boy, this one comes to you just like a few of the others right there above her. Extra stout featured, extra mobile, extra kind of good in her condition and her freshness. I love this one's look, the way she bounces up in the base of her chin down into her chest. Love her body. Stout kind of forearmed on this one. I think this one has the ability to go out and generate some unique stock. Maybe doesn't have the extras that a few of those heifers above her do out here. The one coming next, just in terms of a balance and an aesthetic look, doesn't quite balance up in her lower underline. Her lower body shape is a few of those heifers above her. Square, kind of opened up, kind of a female though. Extra flexible, love her foot design. I like her freshness and condition. I like to see just a little bit more body and a little bit more dimension underneath that one to rival those few above her. Young lady's got a powerful one, and she gets everything out of this calf. She does an awesome job sticking this female. Very high tying, the way she gives you that kind of look out here. I love the extra power and bone work this one has. Love her rear foot shape just as much. That one's durable. That one's going to last a long time. Young lady, for me, she gets just a shade vertical in that front third of her skeleton, and I like to just set her back in the way her shoulder lays into her skeleton just a notch more. But in terms of extra horsepower, range of motion, that's a high quality female, and you do a great job showing her. Awesome class right there to kick off that division. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion beef builder heifer here at the Cattleman's Congress goes to back number 1253. That's Miss JMS Zara 03M, exhibited by Miley Gibson, Newark, Arkansas. And congratulations, reserve grand champion is back number 1245, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs, Brenham, Texas. That was BOF Maybelline 26N. Congratulations to those beef builder exhibitors. We are going to take a very brief photo break. We'll return back with the Open Beef Builder Bull Show. Back over to the Charolais ring, results out of Class 9 late spring yearling females. First place exhibited by back number 1699, Carly Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio, with CALP Abby 163M. Second place was back number 1611, exhibited by John Davis III. Third place went to Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place to Charlie Becker. Fifth place exhibited by Presley Oliver. Sixth place went to Carson Kellison.
Another nice group right here in this class, and it just kind of keeps coming. And a really nice pair kind of to break down again. And then just maybe a few extras the young man's heifer, I think, brings right out here. And just in terms of just how she flows right here from the side, I think a female, again, lays in really nice on her shoulder. She's not just as high tying as that one right behind her, but she's still very loose in her spine. Really sits really neat in the way she sets her head and neck onto her shoulder blade. And I think just has the extra advantage there. That lower turn, the lower shape to her rib is very, very ladylike, very, very maternal, and has a distinct advantage in just squareness and length of hip. This one's hip design flows all the way down, very appropriate in the way, or angulation to her hock, all the way down to the surface. Just a really, really neat functional hind leg on that female. Very maternal from the side, maintains really good dimension. She's still opened up in her pinnage, and I think has the advantage. You watch these cattle get around the ring or go away from you. This one maintains squareness from her pins to her hock to the surface, just a notch better than the other three in this class. Still very ladylike from the side, very, very maternal. Just a really, really solid kind of a female right there to win this class. I like that heifer. Young lady does an awesome job with this one. This one is high tying, good looking, very neat in the base of her throat, very fresh in her appearance out here. I appreciate the condition you have her in, young lady. You've done a really, really nice job maintaining this female. Such a look of quality from the side, a look of elegance, balances up very good, middle of her body to her chest, sits into her extremely well. Just not maybe the overall turn and just boldness of shape of rib that female above her has out here, but still in terms of just functionality and a classy look, this one brings that to the table. There's still dimension, there's still mass and utility in this one. I like to square her up the way she handles her hock as she gets around the ring, but still very functional, very, very fresh, very sound, high quality female right there. Young man that's going to go third here. This one is very fresh, very unique in her lines. I like the look of design, look of quality. This one's head shape and posture that she has up front is very, very classy. I think this one's kind and the dimension is so good. Still maintains structural correctness all the way through. Handles all four corners of her skeleton extremely well. You can mask this one up maybe with a different mating or a different bull, because what she brings to the table is very, very good for this breed in terms of just classiness of look, balance, design, femininity. That heifer represents that. That's high quality livestock still right there. Young lady's going to close up with one that's stout featured and bounces up very, very nice, very functional off of her hind leg. For me out here in a tough class, I'd like to just set her back, change the angle of her shoulder ever so slightly, just maybe redefine how her head shape is compared to a few heifers out here. But four rib back, that heifer brings so much good to this breed, so much good to the table right here. I think that's a really good group of four right there. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations in the Beef Builder Ring. Results out of our first class of bulls. First place exhibited by Katie June, Alexander, Brashear, Texas, with Alexander BGH Mr. Clean. Back over to the Charolais ring before the division. We saw Class 10 early spring yearling females. First place was exhibited by Austin Dorff of Henley, Missouri, with CALP Abbey 39M. Second place was exhibited by Devery Darbin of Duncan, Oklahoma. Third place went to Shelby Cattle Company, Marietta, Oklahoma. In fourth place, exhibited by Liddy Novak of El Reno, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, our judge will select his champion reserve junior females. Well, congratulations in the Beef Builder ring. Results of Class 46. First place exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas, with JMS Polo 89 NET.
We get these back out here, and what a fun division it was for these March and Aprils. And, you know, again, just like two classes, but the amount of quality we saw through those two classes was so good. I know a lot of cattle had to go back to the barn that could play in a lot of venues and a lot of areas, and a different person standing out here, maybe a different result. But that just shows and exemplifies the uniqueness and upward eliteness of the cattle in this Charolais breed, and it's represented out here in a high fashion. Boy, that first class came in here, and it definitely turned up the heat there in terms of those trio of females that were in the class, and all the way really from end to end. I thought that thing was so good in terms of just all the quality, uniqueness of cattle it brought out there, and it just made you kind of scratch your head a little bit. And I don't need to do that and take any more hair or get any more balder out here to judge this show, but it made you work for it, because there's different kinds of cattle, and just the kind of cattle that we liked or kind of set us into motion the best. And it kicked off the young lady's female right here. Head shape, design, femininity, freshness of condition out here for a female at this stage of the game. She exemplifies that. Her boldness of body is still so good. Her maternal strengths, her cow-like look, I definitely like a bunch. Still maintains a good foot shape and good foot size. Love the angulation to her skeleton. I think her design is very good. And then you fit all that body and enough mass on it, it just bounces up and makes a really pretty picture out here. It makes a really good cow-like look. We had a stout, rugged one that's going to go second there in that class, but still maintains some look of quality and some show ring presence. Just extra, kind of bold in her dimension, extra powerful, and still laid it into her very nice, and it made that class very competitive right there. That second class we just had, one that's just very streamlined right here for me, that's going to win this class in terms of just checking so many boxes. This is good cattle. This is good cow right here in terms of the way sets in there, maintains femininity from the side. She's not as neat-headed or as high-tying as a few, but she's still very good looking. She's very attractive. She bounces up very good. Her feet, her legs, her structure design, her hip length is incredible. I love just the dimension and the design of this cow right here. I think that one's got a huge future in terms of just generating good livestock that doesn't have many holes in them in terms of putting so many neat pieces together. That female does that. We had a little sharper looking one there that went second. Young lady does an awesome job showing, just maybe wasn't as maternal in her body shape, and maybe just wasn't as just square the way she handled her hock down to the surface, but was really good livestock. I think I got one out here that hits me hard, that hits me like my kind. There's a little bit of decision for reserve. Folks ringside, this has been an awesome division. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll go get you a division reserve champion.
Well, congratulations. Over in the Charolais ring, results of your junior female division champion exhibited by Carly Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio, with CALP Abby 163M and reserve champion. Go to back number 1618. That's CALP Abby 39M, exhibited by Austin Dorhoff of Henley, Missouri. Now in the ring is Class 11A, junior yearling females. Back to the Beef Builder ring, results of Class 47 before the division. First place exhibited by Big Blue Bronvy of DeWitt, Nebraska. Second place was exhibited by Jordan Walker of Seminole, Oklahoma. Well, congratulations, your junior calf champion here in the Beef Builder Show. We'll go to Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas, with JMS Polo 89 NET.
Well, nice pair to kick off this division. And again, I think cattle you can tweak around a little bit just in terms of mobility and then just in terms of power and the design from the side. And I think they complement each other. I think both these cattle have a lot of good and useful. For me, the young man that's going to lead off in this class, I think just maintains a little bit more levelness, a little more squareness out here. When you get off this side, I like the way this one's hooked up from her hooks to her pins, the way that she stands down on a really nice hind leg. I think a female that still gets out and goes and covers her track. The way she kind of sets down in her foot, I'd maybe alter a little bit, just give her a shot more flexibility down low, but I think her reach and just the way she grabs the surface, she gets out and goes and just grabs a shot more surface area than the female here. And second, maybe one we could lay back in the angulation of her shoulder a shot more as well off her front end, but I think it's the squareness of her design and levelness of design that gives her the advantage out here. I think 1 and 2, it rivals it really close in terms of just having a little extra power. If I could just nail this one's tail head down and do her foundation just a notch better and pick her up in her pins, I think a female that still sits down and flexes very nice like we said, but maybe just doesn't reach and have that athleticism that heifer in front of her has, but still in terms of just having a lot of extras and some extra horsepower and punch to her, you got to appreciate the extra dimension that one brings to the table. A nice pair to start off that division. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations back in the Beef Builder ring. Reserve in that division exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas, with Alexander BGH Mr. Clean. We're now going to welcome in Class 48 Winter Bull Calves born November to December of 2024. Back to the Charolais ring. Results out of Class 11A Junior Yearling Females. First place exhibited by back number 620. That was BRCHE's Sister Hazel 4502, exhibited by John Chandler of Belton, South Carolina. Second place will go to back number 1621, exhibited by Knox Harvey of Lamar, Missouri. That was Cars Miss Smoke Show 403 PET. Now in the ring before division, Class 11B Junior Yearling Females. Well, congratulations, your champion senior calf, and the Beef Builder Bull Ring will go to JPK California Dreamin' ET, exhibited by Jess Coating of Memphis, Texas. Same exhibitor for reserve in that division, with JPK coming in hot, ET. Now in the ring will be Class 51 Summer Yearling Bulls born May to June of 2024. Congratulations, your intermediate champion bull here in the Beef Builder Show will go to back number 1267. That was the Alexander Bruno 24K Magic, exhibited by Katie June Alexander, Brashear, Texas. We'll now welcome in those division champion reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion Beef Builder Bull.
We'll slide over here on this class of Charolais females, and boy, this is a class you really wish there was even, 5, 6, 7 more of them, because these are 3 very, very good females. And took a little time there, and honestly, it wasn't over 1. It was over where we wanted to lay with 2 and 3, because there's some trade-offs right there, but we'll talk about 1 right now. Good bovine, one that comes out here in a good rig to me. Love this one's head and neck, the way she postures up, the balance, the build, the symmetry she has from the side. Really neat look in the terms of the way she just kind of classes everything together from the nose to her tail. I think 1 still has a nice hip about her. Tail head sits in there nice. Very functional, very maternal kind of hind leg underneath her. Gets out and goes. Very, very comfortable and flexible as that one hits the ring. Again, we've talked about it today. To match that kind of belly shape and body shape to one that has that kind of curvature to her rib, still maintains so much female and ladylike characteristics up through their front end, through their crest, the base of their jowl, and down into their chest. It's hard to get them that bold-bodied and still keep them that fresh, and when they can do that, they have that on their own. They're going to make good cattle. I like her flexibility, like her design, showing some udder. It looks like she's classing together a really nice group right there to head into production. Nice way to start off this class. 2 very, very nice quality females right here in 2 and 3. There's some trade-offs. If I could change the angle of this one, shoulder up front on the go, I think this one is, right in there for the second hole. That's maybe where I like to tweak this one, because her hind leg is very good. Her rear foot is very, very good. You get around this one, 3-dimensional shape. This one's opened up, good in her pinnage, good in her hip. A little neater in her head carriage and her crest and her base of her throat. She has a little advantage over that one in the heifer in 3. I like to just, relax her the way she drives off the shoulder down into her knee when that one's in motion, but on the stand. Awesome balance, awesome look. Symmetry in lines and class is very, very good. Out of dimension, that's a high-quality female to go in 2. Taking nothing away with the female here in 3. Maybe not the softness of hair as those 2 females above her, but that really doesn't matter, because this one's natural build, natural dimension is very, very good. This thing in production could do a lot of fun things. She's flexible. She's very athletic. She's very agile. I think a female with that kind of length of body and length of design, you can do a lot of things with that one in the cow pen, in the donor pen. Still got some mass and shape to her. Maybe just a little coarser in her teat design compared to the 2 females above her, but I think just in terms of mass and angulation, that one has it. That's a really, really good heifer to go 3. Really nice class, really good trio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back to the Beef Builder Ring, your Grand Champion Beef Builder Bowl, exhibited by Jess Coating of Memphis, Texas, with JPK, California Dreamin' ET. Reserve Champion Beef Builder Bowl, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas, with JMS Polo 89 and ET. We're headed to the backdrop over here in Arena 1. We'll be back with your open show for the full-blood and purebred Bronvy females here in just a few minutes. Back to the Charolais ring. Results of Class 11B before the division. First place exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with Miss Nova. Second place was exhibited by Calla Higby of Quinmon, Kansas. And third place and congratulations went to Tresson Tosh of Desha, Arkansas. We're now going to select a champion reserve junior female.
We got a nice division of these January, February's out here. In that first class, I had a pair of females that offered some trade-off. We went with one, I think, just in of balance, look, and design, still with the right structure and kind of the right parts and pieces underneath it all. And the skeleton base just kind of fits what we've been doing out here and was a good place to start. Young man that was second in that class had an extra powerful one. We thought we could just elevate in terms of her pin work, set her down on her tail head ever so slightly and just kind of square her up as she went away from you. But that was a good duo of females right there to start this division. And then we just had that trio of females to conclude it, with all 3 of those cattle being really, really high quality in terms of the pieces they brought. We had a really fresh-headed one here in terms of just maternal strengths that I like a lot in terms of body, balance, look, presence, structural correctness, showing some udder out here in her working clothes. I think just a really high-quality one. We had a stout and powerful one there behind her, like we said, in motion there, just maybe tweak her in the way she gets off her front end skeleton, but on the stand brings it up to the table in terms of making it relevant right out here and competitive. I thought that pair was so good. I thought that trio was very, very good. Folks ringside, let's congratulate them. We're going to keep Class 2 together. They'll be your division in reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior female, coming out of Class 11B, exhibited by Kelton Arthur. That was Miss Nova. Reserve in that division will come from the same class, exhibited by Calla Higby. That was LJR, Miss Madison, 3826M. We'll now look to see Class 12A senior yearling females.
We'll conclude here with a pair show and a single entry out here, but a high-quality one in that aspect in terms of the cow. Just one that's so good in terms of her lines and her look and her balance. I think one that's very feminine up front. The extension, you got to really appreciate the way that one ties into her shoulder. Just very correct in the way that one's built and constructed. I think one in terms of just having a neat look about her, it's very, very ideal in that regard. And has a nice udder, maybe a little extra spacing to those teats, but a nice bag underneath her, and is raising a really nice 1-month-old bull calf here that has same kind of look and design, you can tell, as mom, and then the right kind of build underneath them. I think one in terms of just maybe stouting their feature up as they go, you can do that with another deviation of breeding in that line. But I think just a really nice single entry pair. Let's congratulate them, and we'll see them back here in the drive.
Well, congratulations in Class 12A. This will also be your senior champion, going to back to number 1630. That was WGB CC Miss Jasmine 360 PET, exhibited by George Gudu of Ladonia, Texas. We'll get the ring cleared. We're going to get started with your grand drive here of our open ROV Charolais show. Again, over here in Arena 1, we'll get started with the Bromvies in just a few minutes. As all of our division champions and reserves are entering the ring, we'd like to take a moment to recognize our judge today in the Charolais ring, Mr. Tim Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Tim is the owner and operator of Schaefer Show Cattle, along with his wife Emily and sons Braylon and Collier. Schaefer Show Cattle is a 250-head multi-breed operation. The program focuses heavily on the junior show heifer market, extensive genetic sales, as well as campaigning a strong lineup of maternal-driven bulls for semen sales. With the Schaefer Show Cattle team, he has been fortunate to exhibit, sell, and raise multiple national champion females and bulls over the past 20 years. Over the last 8 years, Tim has judged the North American, the American Royal, Fort Worth, and many state fairs across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's thank Mr. Tim Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, for joining us here today at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, we made it to the finale here in the female side, and I know we still have the bull show to go, but boy, I'm thoroughly impressed, and I just told the guys ringside, it's pretty amped up when you can get all these things back out here from Division I back to our care, and to see these females and the quality we got down here in this new awesome venue at the Cattlemen's Congress is for us. And I want to thank those guys and everybody from the Charolais Association and the brothers and the people on the board that allowed me to have this opportunity to come out here and share my perspective and my view from this side. 99% of the time I'm on that side, and I know we all know each other. A lot of people know us, know each other, and most probably would say there's probably not one that's more amped up to want to win a show than Tim Schaefer, and it's that passion that I have for this industry. It's the passion for this breed of cattle, and it shows how good these cattle are and how good this breed is, and just how universal these cattle can be. Whether you're doing commercial cattle or show ring cattle or can merge the two, you can see that quality in these cattle and what they can do for this breed and why this breed is such a forefront and does such a good job, because these things are very, very good. And I know you guys ringside know my competitive spirit and how bad you want to win a show. And I want to say, folks, the coolest thing we got, the neatest thing we got is the opportunity to not only come into this awesome venue and showcase your cattle, but the entire week or 2 weeks that you spend your time in Cattlemen's Congress, you're showing your livestock, you're showcasing your operation, you're showcasing the cattle that are going to be future generations of producers for your herd, for your entities, for your business, and that's the neat venue. You might not have won out here today. You might not have been the division champion you wanted to be. Maybe you were reserve division. Maybe you were third in class. But if you walked that heifer through the barn or had people come by and visit with you and say, boy, we dig your bovine. Man, we like that one. You won the battle. If you win that kind of battle, you won the war. That's generating money. That's generating future endeavors in this industry. We have a lot of advantageous ways to win, to succeed in this industry, and it's not just the banner that gets handed out today. That is really, really neat. I love them. There is not one person more that loves them, but it's all right, because at the end of the day, we're showcasing unique, elite livestock that work for your programs. People ringside can make them up maybe a shade different than maybe what Tim Schaefer would, and that's okay too. We're in a society where it's all right to have maybe a different view, a different look. Appreciate it, applaud it. I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but enjoy it. And that's what makes breeds of cattle, makes this industry go further than taking a step behind. So I think that we have that out here. We have a lot of shapes and sizes. That's what's unique about this breed. There's a lot of different ways you can go, and I think we have that out here in these females. I feel like my group has closed up maybe just a little bit more in Tim Schaefer speed now that we got them all back out here. I found cattle that have hit me and suited me, maybe more for my liking, and maybe match up with everybody else, but that's okay, because this group is very, very good, and there's a really good set of cattle that went back in the barns, and that shows the depth of what the Charolais breed can do for you. I thought this group was so good. I'll get to some more thanks in the bull show, but I know my wife's probably sitting over there saying, speed it up, Tim Schaefer, let's go. So awesome set. We'll run through them real quick. We'll let everybody kind of continue on with the rest of their day. First division, awesome calf that came out of that first class in terms of one of just foot size, design, mobility, structure, integrity, muscle shape. That one has it. She's not as classy up through her front end as a few back there, but boy, that one's still good looking. Bounces so well. That one's future is extremely bright. Really nice one that was reserved in that division. In terms of making a long-term one, I think the extra length and look in the design, high quality pair right there. Division 2, boy, this one here, she hits you hard. We talked all day long how hard this one hits you. Every different angle you look at her, she gives you such a neat look. So neat about her skull, her front end, so chiseled, fresh, conditioned. The way it sits on her shoulder blade is so good. Progressive about her body work. Awesome about her hip and her hind leg. Very functional. And then her base structure, that's my biggest part of where I love this one so much. So good in her build. I don't know what the future holds with this one. She looks awfully neat right here. It's tough to use a calf when you got a couple really good babies. That thing's still a player out here. That's high quality livestock. we had a really fun one that was reserved in that division. Extra long-sided, extra powerful, maybe not as neat skulled as a few out here, but in terms of extra horsepower, mobility, flexibility, that one you can do a lot with in the donor pen on down the road. I think that's a fun heifer calf right there as well. Nice group of falls. We had a real dense, balanced one right here that won that division. Just put a lot of neat things together in terms of body shape, hip design, structure. Maybe not as the extras as few of the cattle on either side of them have, but still a really, really neat heifer right there to be a champion in this division lineup. A really powerful one that went reserve, maybe just planed up just a shade. But boy, mobility and power in that one, you can raise a lot of good bulls out of that female and do a lot good with her. Summer division was fun, bipolar opposites, but really good livestock. A more maternal one that suited me just a notch more ideal. Love this one's body shape. Love this one's look of presence and quality up front. Still maintains structure of quality as well. Balances up extremely nice out here. Maybe not as aesthetically pleasing in her hip and her hock comparatively to a few heifers out here, but that's picking on a female that I think is extra, extra good and really, really high quality. Love the boldness and the power in the young man's heifer that went reserve. Maybe just got a little coarser in her overall design, a little harsher in her body comparatively to a few out here as well. Heat turned up. Young lady brought this heifer calf out here in a class that had 3 outstanding females in it. Extra femininity, extra freshness. Love the cow-like look this one has from the side. Boy, I think this thing is just so unique in terms of head shape, posture, balance, and build. It's still so, so good. There are stouter cattle out here in this ring than this one is, but she still has enough for me. I like her hip. I like her hind leg. I like her uniformity. I like her look of class, high-quality female. Young man went reserve in that division. That's the cow of the group. Very good in terms of just everything. Checks a lot of boxes. Functional, sound, awesome hipped, awesome bodied. Not as wild and high tying as a few cattle out here. She's still good looking. She looks like a lady. She's very maternal. That's a high quality bovine too. Last division, it was fun. Not a lot of numbers. Another really cool one to kind of kick it off with. Again, in terms of elegance and presentation, she checks those boxes. Huge, huge bodied, awesome structured, like her design, showing some udder, going to hit a working close and make an awesome, awesome donor for that young man. In terms of quality, that one hits me extremely, extremely hard. A very nice reserve division, got a little vertical up front, a ton of extra good pieces behind that, and an awesome, awesome pair to round out the show. Folks, it's been incredible. I think this female lineup is as fun as I've gotten to judge yet. I wish everybody ringside, let's amp it up a little bit. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll go get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations, grand champion female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, and your Charolais show goes to Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, bred by Corey J. Kronk, Newcastle, Indiana, with Miss Nova. Well, we'd like to congratulate the reserve grand champion female in the Open Charolais show here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Sperry, Oklahoma, and bred by Anderson Cattle of Bridgewater, South Dakota. That was ACPGC Miss Nadia 2501 ET. We're going to take a brief photo break over here in Arena 2 before we get started with the bull show. Back over to the Bronvie ring. Results out of our first two classes of full-blood and purebred heifers. First place in Class 1, exhibited by Avery Johnson of Brenham, Texas, with Star American Honey 135N. Second place in that class was exhibited by Riley Ray Bowling of Poolville, Texas, with Star Creole Woman 10M. Coming in Class 2, late spring heifer calves. First place exhibited by Riley Flowers, Mount Vernon, Texas, with L7 the Lulu. Second place in that class was exhibited by Shelby Prezick of Brenham, Texas, with Prasmis Solar Star 129 ET. Now entering Ring 1 is Class 3. These are early spring heifer calves born March of 2025. Spring Bull Calf champion, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces, double down 35.05. Reserve in that division, exhibited by Kinsley Atchison, Samsel Cattle Company, and Oklahoma Bovine Elite with KASCC Stephan 278N. Now in the ring, this Class 4A Junior Bull Calves. Back to the Bronvie ring, results out of Class 4B. First place was exhibited by back number 1313. Avery Grace Johnson, Brenham, Texas, with Star Wonder Woman 135N. Second place in that class went to Arcee Gomez of Dallas, Texas. Third place exhibited by Aiden Wilkin. Fourth place went to Cambry Pittman, and fifth place to Caitlin Ellert. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve junior calf in the Bronvie ring.
A nice trio over here on the Charolais side to kick off this next division, and a good group of them in terms of what they can bring to the table. And just for me to lead off the young man's bull, I think just in terms of combining everything, that we might look for in one, he does that very, very well. Gives you a neat, unique look from the side, but still, is a bull, and he still has some masculinity and some feature and density to him, has some mass to him. I think a bull that just gets off of his design and his build as good as any out here in the class in terms of just kind of reaching off that front end and then covering and flexing off those rear two. He hits his corners with as much squareness and trueness as any out here. Still maintains body shape and depth and uniformity in his underline very, very nicely. Gives you a really good look from the side as well. And then, like we said, has that mass and design to go with it. This rascal here in two, I love this one's like head shape, smoothness of pull, just the way he's designed and constructed up through his front end in terms of how his posture is very, very good. He blends back. He's bold about his forearm. He's opened up in his forerib. His body shape is very good. I like this calf a lot, and he rivals that class winner in terms of quality on the stand. For me, he opens up just a shade more up front off his skeleton, closes off his rear two ever so slightly, and gets just a little short on the go. He's still not unsound. That bull is very, very functional in terms of his design. I'm just tweaking in terms of one that puts all the boxes together in front of him. But that kind of a look and design, this bull can mate and breed some cattle that could look awfully cool with that kind of posture, design, still matched with some width, substance, and dimension. Unique creature right there. Kind of a fun one to look at to go to. Young man here in three, he's acting up a little bit, but this bull's still very functional, very sound. Like his pieces that he brings to the table because he's constructed and he's hinged very appropriately. He's just given up a shade more density and mass and just, overall design is comparably to the two bulls ahead of him. Not as big in his foot and not as big in his bone work as those two bulls, but it still matches him. Very smooth made kind of a bull that brings a nice design and a nice look. A nice trio of bulls right there in that February class. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in our first division over here in the Bronvie Female Show. Champion goes to Star American Honey 135, exhibited by Avery Grace Johnson, Brenham, Texas. While our judge is selecting his reserve, back over to the Charolais ring. Results of Class 4A, first place, bred known by Steerwalt Cattle of Leedy, Oklahoma. That's SC Liftoff 510N. Second place was exhibited by Brooke Dunsmore of Mora, Minnesota, with BD Reckoning. And third place exhibited by Easton Hardy of Ryan, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 4B.
Another nice pair over here to finish this division of these January bulls, and a good pair of them. I mean, bulls that are very similar, and maybe in terms of just their length aside and their design. And in this one, this is going to kind of lead off. Maybe just brings a few more things to the table in terms of down low at the surface. He's bigger in his foot shape. He's bigger in his foot design. I think a bull that just takes a really athletic step. The thing is, this one matures, just his length of design and his overall structural design gives him advantage in terms of how he just kind of projects on out in the real world. And in his kind of show ring setting, he still gives you enough presence and look from the side. His body shape matches him very, very nicely. Has a nice amount of power to go with that. Just a sure-footed, good quality kind of an animal right there to go ahead and lead off this class. That's taking nothing away from the young ladies. Bull here coming in two. Another one that stays very mobile and agile as he gets out and goes. Just not as dense and sure-footed as that one that leads off the class. But this bull still covers some ground and still has some athleticism to him. Still has some power to him as well. Body shape's good. Just a nice pair of bulls right there. One's just a little bit bigger at the surface. Kind of has the advantage right there. Congratulations to them.
Reserve in the Bronvie ring for that first division went to back number 1269, coming out of the same class as our champion, exhibited by Riley Bowling of Poolville, Texas, with Star Creole Woman 10M. Now in the Bronvie ring, we'll look to see Class 5 Winter Heifer calves born November to December of 2024. Back to the Charolais ring, results out of Class 4B Junior Bull calves. First place went to back number 1674, Jez Hotshot 252N, exhibited in bred and owned by Jackson Stags of Wayne, Oklahoma. Second place was also exhibited by Jackson Stags. Now in the ring, our judge will select his champion reserve, Junior Bulls.
We get out here in this division, and again, love the quality that we got. Obviously, our numbers might be shorter, they're getting a little shorter out here in the bull show, but to see, two pairings of bulls out here that bring this much quality to the table at this age group, I commend the efforts and the guys putting the time into them, because they're cattle that definitely represent the quality that deserve to be out here, and I appreciate them showcasing what they're producing and what they have to offer in their programs. That first class was a lot of fun, and then I think we had one that just kind of rose to the top and checking the boxes in terms of structural integrity and design and squareness and trueness. And then you bring in some elite pieces to the table. This bull's design, the way he sets up there off of his blade and the look he gives you up front, progressively opens up and works back, and it's got some shape and some power out over his hip, down into his stifle. Lower quarter shape is very, very good. I like his flexibility down low, good foot shape and design to his structure and the surface, good in his testicular development as well. I think just a high quality one there to come out of that class. Cool rascal like we talked about there in second. Maybe comes up just a nickel short when he gets goes, but in terms of still having flexibility, and the design to his leg set is very, very good. I thought one that was so neat in terms of how he just flowed from end to end. Really cool about his head shape and his design right there. And then we had a pair of just very functional bulls that just check a lot of boxes in terms of design and just structure, integrity. I like the foot shape and the foot design on our class winner a notch better. I think that bull resonates a lot of quality out here. For me, I think we got a little bit extras in our first class. We're going to keep that pair of bulls together. They'll be your division and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in the Charolais ring, your junior bull calf champion exhibited by Searwalt Cattle, Leedy, Oklahoma, with SC Liftoff, 510N, and reserve champion. We'll go to Brooke Dunsmore, Amora, Minnesota, with BD Reckoning. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to see Class 6. These will be our senior bull calves. This will also be the division. Well, congratulations over in the Bronville ring. Results out of Class 5 to start out the division. First place exhibited by back number 1321. That's Star Whiskey Girl. M97 exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. Second place will go to Shelby Prazik, also of Brenham, Texas. Third place exhibited by Lucky 7 Bronville. And fourth place went to Emily Alexander. We're now welcoming in Class 6. These are senior heifer calves born September to October of 2024 before the division.
We got a pair out here, and it's going to be an automatic division. So we'll talk about them real quick and then just get you a champion reserve in this division. And two that could definitely withstand a little bit more out here because there's some fun things about each one of these. The bull up front, in terms of just on the stand, brings so much to the table, and just in terms of his mass and his width, his levelness and squareness from his hooks to his pins, sits down on a really nice, aesthetically looking hind leg, big-footed, soft and flexible in his rear leg on the stand. In terms of his lower body shape is good. He attaches good up front, blends in nicely out of his shoulder into his forerib. I like his head and neck set as well. It sits there. It's not as high tying as the bull behind him, but I also appreciate the squareness and levelness of this calf up front, and does it in a very nice degree. The bull behind him here, boy, one high tying one. He is not as soft and as dense haired as that calf in front of him, but you kind of see what you can get right here with him. There's still a ton of horsepower in that one. I don't think he's as level and as square as that one, but by no means is he's too round or anything like that. Still sets down on a really nice hind leg. Very, very functional. I think there's a shade more athleticism to the bull in behind here. As he gets out and goes, it just takes a shot freer athletic step. But I think there's some very, very usable traits and pieces in both of these bulls that could advance some programs. So I think it's up to you guys what one to prefer, or which ones match up better with the cows you want to use them on, because both of these bulls are quality enough for that. For me out here, I just like the extra athleticism. The young ladies bull out back in the backside to be your champion. Young ladies bull up front will be reserved. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring. Results out of our senior calf division. Your champion goes back number 1676. That's Cars and Mr. Jack in the Box, 425P, exhibited by Car Cattle Company, Webb City, Missouri, and Caprock Cattle Company. Second place and reserve in that division will go to back number 1675, bred and owned by Camden Flippo, Rush Springs, Oklahoma. That's FFF, Happy Hour, 4206. Now in the ring is Class 8. These are summer yearling bulls.
And we got another single entry, going to be an automatic division winner. A young man brings us a shapely featured bull out here, one that in terms of just some stoutness of forearm, enough body out here that balances him up very, very nicely. A bull that brings a lot of power to the table in terms of what he can do for a breeding program. Still the way he ties in his top line and his upper structure is still very, very good. A bull maybe we could close him up at his, or open up at his knee and close him up front just ever so slightly. Just give him a shade more range of motion out of his hock as he goes, but he flexes very, very nicely at the surface, sits down on that pasture and extremely nice. He's good about his foot shape as well. A high quality, nice one there for a single entry. Congratulate him on a nice division winner right there.
Well, back over in the Charolais ring, results out of our intermediate bull division. Your champion exhibited by Card Cattle Company and Henson Family Livestock. Now in the ring, class 9. These are spring yearling bulls. Back over the Bronvie ring, results out of the senior calf division. Champion coming out of class 5, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs, Brenham, Texas, at Star Whiskey Girl M97. And reserve in that division, coming out of the same class, that will be Praz Miss Juliet, 117 MET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. We'll get the ring cleared and welcome in Class 8 early summer yearling heifers, born and mated June of 2024.
Another nice pair over here on your Charolais Bull show, and I think one that maybe just kind of comes at you in terms of structure and design a little better for me out here is this young lady's bull up front. In terms of the way he just kind of gets off his front end, and he's square from the point of his shoulder down to his knee, down to the ground. And I think a bull that just has a shot more range of motion from his hip to his hock to the surface as well. On the top side of his skeleton, his presentation is still good, I think, in terms of his class, the look up front, and still blends back and has enough body and balance and muscularity to kind of go with that. And I just like the way this one kind of hits and goes. He maintains that integrity off of all four corners of his skeleton as that one kind of gets out in the ring and holds a little bit of advantage there. Nothing to take away from the young man's bull there. And two, I think in terms of body and balance is very good. Good in his hip and extra in his power right there. Like we talked, we might like to just see the way he rolls out of that front end a little bit and maybe just give him a shot more squareness, the way he hits the hock down to the ground and level him out a little bit better there. But in terms of having some extra power and just muscularity, that's a nice bull right there as well. Congratulations to both of them.
Well, congratulations over here in Arena 1, first place, exhibited by back number 1334. That was Aiden Wilkin, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Reserve champion, exhibited by Ellen Zybing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. We'll now welcome in Class 10 early spring yearling heifers born March of 2024.
A good January bull out here, getting some of these older bulls now are starting to hit that. And then one for this stage and age, I think comes in a good rig to us out here and maintains balance really, really nicely out here as well. And a bull you get around and a lot of three-dimensional shape and mass to this bull, but still collects it and handles it very nicely down low. I think a bull that's good about his foot shape, his foot design is very, very good. A bull that's going to be able to cover some ground as he goes out and works on some cows. I think a bull we can maybe just a shade more flex in his hock as he gets out and goes, but he still reaches extremely, extremely nice. He covers that surface very, very good from the side and from the rear. I think a bull you just appreciate in terms of having that kind of balanced look, structural integrity, and the right amount of muscle shape on him is a high-quality individual. Congratulations to you guys.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks. Thank you. Well, congratulations back over in the Braun V ring. Results out of Class 10, first place, exhibited by Aiden Wilkin, Mendenhall, Mississippi, with WCC Polar Princess 4027. Second place in that class, exhibited by Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. of Palestine, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 11 before the division.
We get these guys back out here for this division, and that first class, a pair of bulls there, and we went one with just had to maintain a little bit more structural advantage down low. Still had a good look about them and balanced up nicely for us out here. And in that last class, that single entry one, just a little bit more masculine in his feature, a little heavier in his condition, but it sits on him very, very nicely. I think a bull that just keeps a lot of good things together in terms of his structural design and added mass. Before you get him back out here and kind of break him down, and I appreciate the clothes that they're working in out here. For me, there's one that just maybe has the right amount on him today that just shows a little bit of extra body, balance, and mass and design, and withholds that structural advantage as well and still gives you a quality, balanced, level look. And I think it's close, but I think it's a good pair of them. I'm going to go with the last class will be your champion. The young lady out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. Champion out of our junior division goes to Madison Metzler of Grandview, Texas, with MTZ Katamara M22, and reserve champion exhibited by Taylor Elmore, Hominy, Oklahoma.
a really nice single entry to kick off this next division. And young lady's bull just comes out, and in terms of just his crispness of lines and his design is very, very good. I think the bull up front, in terms of his chiselness up through the base of his jowl, he's good about where his chest sits into him. I love the underline balance this bull brings to the table. And then you sit down and look at his feet and his legs. He's square-footed, open-toed, and I think a bull that just does really good things down low in his bottom structure, and up high to have that kind of muscularity and just dimension to him is very, very good. He's bold about his rib shape, but it matches kind of his squareness down to his hock and down to the surface. I think a bull that brings a lot of unique things together in terms of putting a lot of neat things from nose to tail together. It'd be nice to see him back out here shortly in division. Congratulations on a high-quality single entry.
Well, congratulations, Class 11, Charolais Ring. First place is back number 1682, Jeff's Cattle Company, Stephenville, Texas, with JFS Cowboy Capital 1019. We'll now welcome in Class 13.
We conclude with our final class of bulls over here, and a nice way to lead off this class as well. Another one that just kind of comes in and just kind of blends and ties a lot of neat things together for a age advantage bull out here. I think one in terms of just building a lot of things together. He comes in a nice rig, and he blends back extremely well. Ties a lot of good things together. I like him at the surface. Again, another big-footed, soft and flexible kind of a male out here. You get up high, I mean, square and level and true in his design. I like the amount of mass that he carries on it. I like the way a lot of his pieces set together on his foundation. I think it's going to be a fun bull show there to kind of compare him with a few others back in this division, but just a high-quality bull right there. It'll be nice to evaluate him back in this division here in a bit. The bull that's going to go second in terms of just, man, the extra horsepower in this thing is very admirable. The extra power and shape and dimension he brings to the table. And with that, balance just a shade more than that one that wins the class. A little lower in his chest floor, and then just comes out of balance in terms of his lower underline, but sure appreciate all the mass and dimension with still an athletic stride and step that he carries underneath that to kind of go with all that muscularity. But a nice pair of bulls right there to round off the show. Congratulations to those two. And then again, not the numbers, but the final division of the day, and look forward to the grand drive ahead of us. And we've hit this mark, and boy, it just where we started off this morning in the composite show, it's going to finish with a really nice trio of bulls and a really nice set of two-year-old bull class winners out here that just represent, again, what we've kind of been for the most amount of quality in the packages, and then maybe just kind of build them or tweak them a little bit towards my speed, and that's where it's been aligning all day for me. That first class winner out here, the single entry, boy, one in terms of just how he postures up. His head and neck shape is so good, the way it attaches onto his foundation and where it sets and comes out of his shoulder. I love the look and the presentation he gives to you from there on back. The body shape and the design in him is very good. Still very good in terms of his muscle, is spread over his loin, is shaped down low. He's good about that squareness and that shape from end to end. I love how well this bull bounces up in his underline and his chest floor. Here, he is not probably as long and level in his hip, but he's still very level in his hip and still plenty good in that regard compared to the bull behind him. But the additive tractive and just the way he's chiseled through that front end, I think gives you such a neat look from this view. You get around Still very, very sound and functional, still very three-dimensional as you get around him. The bull that comes out of that next class, the class winner, that one shoulders back is very, very just flows effortlessly and everything to tie together for a bull of his age and his design. I love the foot shape and the design underneath his calf. I think one in terms of just having the right squareness to his foot and the build to it is so good. So good and true, and his hip and his tail head. I think a bull that stands on this side and he gives you a look of just quality, and you get around him again, a bull that's very, very muscular, a bull that can go do a lot of things in production for that young lady in that outfit. Maybe not as neat in his head and his neck, but it still sits on him very, very good. I think that's a high quality individual. We had a really nice respective second in that class that was stout featured and functional, maybe just didn't balance up as well. An awesome trio of bulls to round out the day. Let's congratulate these guys, and we'll go show you a champion reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion purebred Bronvie female here at the Cattleman's Congress goes back number 1337. That's WCCR Polar Princess 4027. Over in the Charolais ring, we're bringing in all of those reserve division champions before we select our grand and reserve grand champion, Charolais Bull. If you can put your hands together, let's thank Mr. Tim Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, for joining us here today for our Charolais show. We'd also like to say a big congratulations to the reserve grand champion, Bronvie female, here at the Cattleman's Congress. Coming out of our first division of the show today, Star American Honey 135N, exhibited by Avery Grace Johnson of Brenham, Texas. We're going to get ring one cleared. We'll get started with the cow-calf pairs in just a moment. Following that, we will look to see the bull show before we turn over to our next breed here in Arena 1.
Well, we come to the conclusion of the day out here, and just wanted to say a few thanks and everything before we get into selecting your champion bull. First and foremost, it's been an honor, and I want to thank God for the ability to come out here and be out here. But without the guys at Cattleman's Congress, the incredible staff at the Charolais Association to allow me to do this, thank you to all that have a hand in that, and the incredible ring staff we've had from the directors to the junior boards, lining up. Everything's been effortless throughout the day. I told a few of the photographers around ringside, it feels like I've only been judging for an hour, but I'm sure everybody ringside's been saying, man, you've been talking for over an hour, so get on with it. But the cattle have been so good, and that's the first and foremost. That just represents what this breed's about and the kind you can utilize them with, and it's been fun to evaluate. It seemed like it's only been a little bit out here just because it's been fun through every class, every division, bull and female show, and through the composites. It's just been so fun to kind of sit out here and pick the kind of cattle that I like, and we talked about that in the heifer show of you guys making your own opinions ringside. I want to thank my beautiful bride, sitting ringside throughout the day, maybe getting a little work done for school, but for everything she does for our family with my two sons, Braylon and Collier. Collier will join us here in a few days, but Bray's been down here showing. My family means everything to me, and they support me. And I wouldn't be who I was without them. So, love you. Appreciate you all spending some time with me while I get to do something I'm very passionate about. It means a lot to me. To my crew back in the barns, to my crew at home, it takes a team. Anything you do in this life, in this business, it takes a team. So I know everybody ringside knows that. And I feel like I got the best team in the land in doing this. Guys are getting stuff ready to show the rest of the week, and guys are calving cows back home and making sure everything's cared for. So without them, I know nothing part of for show cattle would be where it is without them, so it means a lot. I'm going to keep it a little more brief in this setting. I think I just have a ton of thanks to the Cattleman's Congress, what it inspires us and allows us to do here in this awesome venue. For everybody has your hand in putting on Cattleman's Congress, thank you. I think this is an awesome event, surely one of the premier ones in the land, and and then to be out here to judge the Charolais, so the association and everybody that allowed me this opportunity, I'm truly blessed, truly humbled, and there's more thanks than I can honestly give. A breed that we've always enjoyed showing with our kids, and the cows that they've made for us has been truly awesome. It's tough to maybe sit out here and judge the Chars after a year of losing a guy that was very close and inspirational to me, and Mr. Troy Thomas. So it's very honorable for me to come out here and judge this breed after just a few of those things that went down. But I think one that has truly wrapped his hands around such a quality breed, and it has such an impact on it. So that means a lot to me as well, to be able to have this opportunity to come judge this breed after that. So with that said, I'm not going to go back and talk all these bulls. I think it's an awesome lineup. We didn't have a ton of numbers, but from Division 1 down to the last division, there's a pair of Division 1, and there's a pair in the last division, and everywhere in between that just represents elite quality and brings a lot of things to the table for this breed and for the industry itself. So congratulations to you guys on bringing such an awesome set out here. I'm not going to go back and talk them individually. We'll go get you a pair of champions. I got two in mind that hit me pretty hard out here. Folks ringside, I'll put the mic down for the last time. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a pair of champions.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Charolais Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of the senior division, bred and owned by Jeff's Cattle Company, Stephenville, Texas. That was JFS Cowboy Capital 1019. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion coming out of the same division. That's SKS. Walk This Way 52L, exhibited by Skeens Cattle Company and 4M Landing Cattle LTD. Again, we'd like to thank Mr. Tim Schaefer for joining us here today for our Charolais show. Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Purebred Bronvie Cow-Calf pair, exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas, with Miss JMS Ziggy J191. Reserve Champion will go to Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas, with Praz Miss Epic 91 LET. We're now going to get started with the Full Blood and Purebred Bull Show. We'll look to see Class 14 Summer Bull calves born on or after May of 2025. Well, we'd like to congratulate in the produce class over here in the Charolais ring. First place going to Camden Flippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcast